All right. Hi, weatherman. How's it going down in you're in the southeast, right? This is far from you here tonight. I'm doing well. Tonight has escalated a little more than I even expected. And I think the National Weather Service caught off guard a little bit too. They just upgraded a moderate risk here at like 8 o'clock this evening too. So we've had a couple I think PDS tornado warnings here already this evening. And the National Weather Service has warned this for a derecho in progress. Destructive severe thunderstorms coming through the eastern and central parts of North Dakota right now. So, did you get that rain in Georgia, or did it stay quiet last night? Today was, yeah, it's going to be warm, but I think there's going to be less chances of rain down there in the southeast the next couple days. Let me check my audio real quick. Okay, that sounds good. We didn't do any pre-checks here. I pretty much just got in the door and got in the studio and set it up, and we're rolling. So, let's see. Yeah, mostly clear skies. That's what I thought. See? I figured it would. I thought it was. This is not dying out anytime soon. This is a pretty powerful derecho in progress. The National Weather Service has warned as a derecho in progress. It's already come through Bismarck and basically riding all the way down I-94. As I was setting up the stream, yeah, this is an amazing shot here. We have an earth cam out of Lakota, North Dakota, and it has been a vibrant light show here. Let's see where they are. We pulled it up yesterday. So Lakota is in the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's a tornado possible tag. So this storm is headed towards this camera. This is going to be a very, very interesting earth camera here on the stream. Yeah, the lightning has been amazing. At times it's been bright enough to even brighten the structure of the storm. Yeah, that's headed the direction of this camera. So our earth cam here is in perfect position for this. The one thing I have noted since I started setting up the stream is there hasn't been anyone in this shot. So it looks like everybody is pretty much hunkered down here in Lakota, North Dakota. That's everyone here from Grand Harbor, Devil's Lake, out towards Lakota, Michigan City, Petersburg, Larimore, and out towards Logan Center. That's one of the newest warnings here. It's an extension of the destructive severe thunderstorms that's been in progress here in North Dakota. Almost near constant lightning, too. That sounds about right. 30% chance of rain tomorrow. Yeah, I think I was looking at it earlier on the models, and yeah, I think tomorrow has maybe a slightly higher chance of rain down in the southeast than Sunday. So overall, I think you're going to get a really good weekend down there. So there are a couple tornado warnings still in progress. That one's kind of broadened out a little bit, but this whole line here could have embedded tornadic circulations. And yeah, this one is definitely still spinning. It's in here near Hamburg, North Dakota. Let's take a look here and see if there's anything still in here. Yeah, it was pretty tight just a few minutes ago, but it has broadened out. The area of circulation is right in here just south of Hamburg. And let's see, taking a look if there's anything in here. Not seeing a defined correlation coefficient drop there, so that's a good sign. It looks like, as I was kind of getting in the door a little bit ago, there were at least a couple significant tornadoes today. Yeah, I don't want to sound too critical tonight, but I was actually surprised when I woke up this morning and was doing our morning brief post that we put out every morning. I was surprised in that 8 a.m. update that it wasn't upgraded to a moderate risk. So yeah, I don't want to sound too critical, but I thought it was worthy of at least a moderate risk. Basically where they've put it, but and then the 11 a.m. update, not a moderate risk. 12 or 2 o'clock update wasn't a moderate risk. It was finally put as a moderate risk in the 8 p.m. update. This whole area, this is probably pretty close to a derecho. This is a very, very organized mesoscale convective system. There's a lot of rain and heavy wind even back in here. It's basically like a little mini hurricane or tropical storm almost. Yeah, there is a really, really strong wind field in here. And wow, that is crazy. I don't know if I've seen that kind of look before, where the stratiform rain behind the leading edge is still getting, and this just came in here, a destructive 90-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So that's crazy. That is a whole bunch of wind energy. So this is not going to be like yesterday. If anyone's watching from North Dakota, this is not going to be like yesterday where the heavy wind is right on the leading edge and then it dies down pretty quick. This is going to have some pretty strong winds even back in the complex of storms and rain. That is a very, very interesting look. Let's see here. We already have, looks like, some pretty gusty winds out in front of this storm too. Just taking a look at things here out of the Lakota camera. Very interesting. Already flags pretty stretched out here, blowing towards our camera. There are a couple people out still, so hopefully everybody gets the warning. This is something where you want to hunker like a tornado here out ahead of this. Yeah, this is a strong storm even for this part of the country. I mean, technically, I like the PDS destructive thunderstorm warnings. The only problem I have with this is, yeah, some people I don't think really know. I think some people have a tornado action plan, but they don't necessarily have a destructive severe thunderstorm plan. It's kind of a lot of wording. So that's why I always just say to people that if they're in a destructive tag like this, they need to treat it like it's a tornado warning. Essentially, your lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. And here they're going to issue a large tornado warning, so that's probably a good way to do it. But there's probably also, I think, some spin on this leading edge here. Yeah, there's these little eddies in here that this is probably worthy of a tornado warning just for the areas of rotation, but I think this can sometimes get more people to act. So Lakota, you guys are in a tornado warning now. This is a tornado warning and then a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, ping pong ball size hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. Grand Forks, Nelson, Griggs, Eddy, and Steele counties, all here in southeastern North Dakota. Yeah, this is a. Oh, I should put on. Where is it? Let's put on the storm reports. This is probably going to overload the system here. Yeah, there are tons of storm reports. It looks like almost the base wind is 70-mile-an-hour winds here. There are a ton of 70s, 69, 71. Bismarck got hit really hard. Almost 80-mile-an-hour winds reported in Bismarck. So yeah, this is definitely worthy of these destructive tags. There are some significant tornadoes earlier here around Valley City and west of Valley City here. Yeah, the pictures out of some of these storms look legit. Warwick and North Dakota. Let's take a look. I'm not as familiar with our. Well, yeah, that's going to be right on the edge of this storm. Let's see. The closest kind of tighter area circulation is in that tornado warning. But there's spin all the way back here. There's a little bit of area rotation there. Looks like they've dropped. They dropped that warning around Hamburg. Yeah, it looks like they dropped that warning around Hamburg. That was broadening out a little bit, so I could see why they dropped that warning. Which area? This looks to be one of the stronger areas of rotation in this tornado warning here right now. This area near Stump Lake. can see the brighter greens and the reds come together right there on that leading edge. This one looks decently strong over here. It was a quiet day here. This also is picking up in rotation here near Binford, coming towards Aetna. I was out at a festival this afternoon and evening, so it was hot, but it was nice. Not seeing any distinct debris signatures with these. This is a leading edge clear air signature right there. Yeah, that's right in clear air. I think most of the country is going to see some pretty hot weather here coming up this week. And we did a little forecast video earlier this afternoon. These are the two kind of main areas of circulation in this tornado warning. There's a couple others that are maybe a little bit looser areas of circulation, but I think those are the main ones. The one near Tolna and then the one down here near Binford. But again, regardless of any spin up here, these are destructive severe thunderstorms. There's another one here also on the southern flank of this tornado warning near Cooperstown, just south of Cooperstown, and that is coming close to the radar site. So we're also getting a pretty good look at these, which adds to the potential tornado here, that there are some decent areas of low-level rotation on this leading edge. Sheldon. Yeah, this is a little supercell that's out in front. Actually, it's an observed tornado. It's a PDS observed tornado. Let's take a look at this one. Come on. Yeah, it's right in here. It's near Enderlin. Kind of a weird spot, but it looks like there might be some cycling going on here. There's kind of a little hook here where it looks like the tornado is, and then there's also another little hook. Actually, kind of three little nubs. I've seen storms like this before, but it looks like this one is the one that's producing the tornado here near Eldon. Or Enderlin, sorry, Enderlin. PDS tornado warning, it's probably going to be a spotter confirmed. Let's see. Yeah, weather spotter confirmed, and then we're also seeing it here on the debris signature as well. Tornado and half dollar size hail. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado near Sheldon. That's 36 miles southeast of Valley City, moving east at 25. This is probably eventually going to get scooped up into the broader mesoscale convective system here. Let's take a look and see how storm motion is going. Oh, wow. Look at the hook on this just a few minutes ago. So this is, it looks like it's occluding back into the parent cell. It was moving east, and then it's pulled a hard left. That also usually indicates that there's going to be a cycle happening. So we'll look for a new area rotation, likely forming here on the southern flank of this storm. We'll see this notch probably grow out. It's probably going to try and produce eventually another tornado. There's one ongoing here. Yeah, that took a really hard left. Hopefully storm chasers were prepared for that. That's the kind of storm that could be really dangerous to storm chase, because it was pretty much traveling east and then it pulled a really hard left, which is very quickly. That was a very quick one. So we'll look for a new tornado developing there. Currently an ongoing tornado in progress near Enderlin. Yeah, still an observed tornado. They're taking off the PDS tag. And they are going to warn that new area of rotation that we were looking at just a little bit ago near Valley City. That's wrapping up very quickly here, east of Valley City now. Oh boy, this is going to be one of those streams. Yeah, you can throw stuff on X. We got, oh yeah, you can see it right there on our banner. It's the same handle as our handle in here, WXCastUSA. I'll share it out in a few minutes. I'm not on X right now, just haven't pulled it up yet, but we can when it settles down too. This is moving east at highway speeds here, 70 miles an hour for Cass and Barnes County here in North Dakota. take this seriously. This one is wrapping up very quickly here. Again, also the 90-mile-an-hour winds. This is a little bit of hard of a, that's going to be producing a new tornado here in just a few minutes, but this is a hard one to kind of diagram here because I'm kind of focused in on some of these areas of rotation, but I don't want people, if they're watching here in North Dakota, to think that, oh, that area is going to go 5 miles north of me, so I'm okay. There is a giant field of 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds, regardless of these tornadoes. So you need to treat this whole area like it's a tornado warning. Everywhere here from Devil's Lake down through Lakota and then out towards Larimore. This is also getting into some more populated areas here along the Red River Valley. It's eventually coming towards Fargo here. And this supercell is lifting kind of on the southern side of Fargo. But this whole line is coming towards Fargo here, this whole convective system. This is likely going to be producing a tornado here just any minute from now if it's not already. Let's take a look at this. I think it's just starting to produce a tornado here. There is a CC lowering right in here. And that is right at the area of rotation. Yeah, that's going to be probably on the ground. Unless it's a very windy mesocyclone that's kicking up dust. I'm anxious to see the next CC scan. This is the edge of that nub right here. This is that little notch right in here. So there's clear air on front. This is not clear air. The hail is back here, so that's hail. This is not where hail is. It's actually already a CC signature that's round. So at the very least, that is a very dangerous windy mesocyclone. It could be on the ground already. I wouldn't be shocked just how today's been going if it's already on the ground. All right, let me see X if I don't see anything on X. We also share some stuff on X that I can't share on the stream just because of copyright issues, but we'll post some. People are posting pictures of tornadoes and stuff and chasers and things that they've posted. There's been some really incredible pictures coming out of North Dakota tonight. So definitely give us a follow on X at WeatherCast, WXCastUSA. Yeah, there's been some incredible tornadoes. Some of them hopefully have stayed in mostly rural farm fields because some of them look like they've been significant tornadoes just based on the motion of those. This is moving at highway speed here. Interesting. It still has not, the CC has not come down like I thought it would. But it'd be right in here. Oh, no problem. Yeah, there's the new area rotation. Very close to producing a tornado if that's not already. That's going to be coming up towards areas here along North Dakota 38. So if you're up here in south of Page, you need to be in your tornado safe space. And the new destructive severe thunderstorm going out here. Tornado possible tag, 80-mile-an-hour winds. They're also going to warn the larger storm here because this is that storm that's cycling. And it looks like we are starting to see a cycle pick up here. So new area circulation is starting to tighten up here near Coburn. We still have our old circulation that's occluding north of Enderlin. That still may have a tornado on the ground. Yeah, there's still a pretty good debris signature in here. So I think this is still on the ground. And I think that's what they're doing here, it looks like. So they're issuing a larger radar indicated tornado warning. I'm guessing that's for the new circulation. And then the old tornado warning here, the existing one, still has the observe tag. So an interesting way of doing it, but that's a decent way of doing that too. That's a really nasty supercell. We have other storms that have gone up here in the last hour or so in Minnesota right now. $half size hail north of Fargo, and then arcing over towards Bemidji. Some new storms also going up near Grand Rapids, Minnesota. These are all severe warned right now. Not seeing a ton of circulations in those at the moment, so some good news there. Take a look at this storm. These are very electrified storms. There are some broader areas of circulation on that storm, but that one is also growing a wind threat north of Fargo, so I wouldn't be surprised if this gets some more warnings for wind. Right now, 60 mile an hour wind. Those could even have some 70s in here too. Cool, thanks. That helps too. Our EXA isn't growing quite as fast as our YouTube. I think by the time I started X, it was kind of on the downtrend. X peaked a while ago, I think. And then, yeah, still back here. Fessenden, Carrington, areas around Goodrich, down towards Pettibone, Woodworth, back here north of Jamestown. This is still a destructive severe thunderstorm, potentially 90 mile an hour winds, still in this section of the storms and the rain and wind. And yeah, this looks like a little tropical storm if you look at it on the reflectivity. That's crazy. This is one of the craziest mesoscale convective systems that I've seen. This, yeah, the National Weather Service was calling this a derecho already, so I don't think that puts it lightly. This is definitely a derecho in progress, but even derechos I haven't seen wound up like this. This is a crazy look. So it's created its own little localized low pressure, but it's probably a pretty deep low pressure right here, because you can see on the backside it's pulling these storms back into it. This is a crazy look. This is insane. And then it's got a deep wind field. So this right front quadrant, almost like we talk about the tropical systems, that's going to be your heaviest damaging wind, probably right in here. And then that's also similar to tropical systems where our current highest tornado threat is on the right front. So that low pressure looks like it's right about here near New Rockford. And yeah, it's drawing these storms on the backside back into it. That is nuts. That's this is one of the craziest radar presentations I've seen. Which, yeah, considerable threat back here in the stratiform rain. Destructive threat back here in the stratiform rain. That's just, wow. So this tornado warned area here, this is about to come into Lakota right now. So, oh, we got to switch cameras. Here comes the destructive severe thunderstorm. You can see even on the motion of the cloud motion on this. Look at this. Look how fast those clouds are ripping. Right here on the leading edge. You can see the wind on the leading edge of that. This camera is going to get hammered. Like absolutely hammered. I haven't seen an earth cam go down, but it potentially could. Area of circulation just south of Lakota. I don't think we're going to see it on this camera. It would be off, I think, to the left of this camera. But that's a decent area of circulation. Here comes the wind, and the wind just switched direction there on the flags. Yeah, these are highly electrical. If there's hail in this storm, it's going to be south of Lakota. It is being warned for ping pong ball size hail. And you definitely want to treat this like a tornado warning. There's 80 to 90 mile an hour potential ping pongs in this. So that's going to do some pretty destructive damage to buildings. The flags have completely reversed. They're now blowing towards our camera. They were blowing the other way. Yeah, that is near constant lightning. This camera must be anchored pretty good because it's not bobbling around. Yeah, we can take a look here. Let me scope this line real quick. So there's your area rotation. That's actually tightening up here as it approaches Michigan City. I would guess this is moving so fast too. I would guess they're going to extend out probably a tornado warning for this area rotation. Another area here down here towards Logan Center. Let's take a look at that. I don't see any distinct CC drops on those. Wow, look at that. The wind just blowing across the whole street there. Yeah, those are nasty sheets of rain. Yeah, I think we're going to skip the hail here in Lakota. That's one good thing. Other areas of circulation there. Yeah, north of Avenetta, near Findlay. And then down here, this is broadened back out. That area that I think was really close. It may have even touched the ground just on that one CC scan. But that's right near Ayer, North Dakota, coming towards Arthur. And then we have our supercell that's going to get scooped up into this convective system. That's going to do some interesting things too. So still seeing some areas of rotation here. There's the old circulation. Still kind of a new area trying to develop, but let's see if there's any... Yeah, there's no CC left in here, so likely that is a radar indicated tornado. We'll see if it can try to wrap a new area here and tighten up before it's going to get undercut here by this line of storms. You can kind of see it's already starting to get kind of included into this, but that could create a rotation that goes along with this mesoscale convective system. That also, this was moving more east. This line might try and scoop this supercell up towards Fargo. I'm a little worried about that too. And then yes, I just mentioned this a little bit ago. This storm is going to get a considerable threat. Oh, let's see. Where was it? Mahonaman. I would not want to be out in this. If anyone knows anyone in North Dakota out ahead of this storm, definitely call them and wake them up. What time is it? 11:34 Central Time. Wake them up and let them know this is coming. Like if you're out here towards Grand Forks, I would assume some cities do for like the destructive severe thunderstorms. Some cities will sound their tornado sirens. I kind of hope that they will this time of night. It'd be good to kind of wake some people up, even though tornado sirens are not designated for indoor use. A lot of people do rely on tornado sirens. All right, what was that? Maha. No, man. Oh yeah, it's part of this. It's part of this system here. Oh, there's a little bit of more convergence going on, but there is a little bit of rotation in here. Let's check that real quick. Where are we getting? Sometimes when we're bouncing around, so we're getting. Yeah, that is some rotation right in there. Here's winds going towards the radar. Here's winds going away from the radar. It's kind of broad at the moment. And then just south of there, this is where our destructive or considerable threat severe thunderstorm winds are right now. So areas around Twin Valley, White Earth Indian Reservation. I said Twin Valley. Minerva, Bagley here in Minnesota. You guys all need to prepare here for some pretty damaging winds coming towards you. And yeah, this is tightened on the last scan. There is an area rotation in here. It's kind of tucked up in the rain too, so you won't see that if there is a tornado. There's no debris signature showing up on the correlation coefficient. That doesn't necessarily mean there can't be tornadoes on the ground, but that's a good indicator. And let me just back this up. We can see if it's tightened. Yeah, that has developed here in the last couple scans. Yeah, the Sheldon storm. It's still trying to tighten up again near Leonard. And actually it does have an observe tag on it again. right near Leonard. That looks like where the new tornado is located. Yeah, that tightened up quickly. And yeah, it can do that, especially when it's getting bumped from behind there. Confirmed tornado between Alice and Enderlin. Moving east at 25. Radar confirmed tornado. That's going to be north of Sheldon. To be in here. I don't know if it has long to produce that tornado. This may not be a long tracker just because of the storm behind it. But yeah, this is also starting to lift a little bit more towards the general storm. Even though the tornado is moving a little more east, this general storm now is lifting more towards the northeast because it's getting hit from behind here. This could be an issue for Fargo here. Fargo has to kind of really pay attention here for this cell. Yeah, that is an interesting, some really interesting dynamics going on with this. North of Sheldon, west of Davenport, near Leonard. Our other tornado warned storm here in North Dakota, that's going to be an area rotation near Air, between Air and Arthur. It's going to be working out of that tornado warning polygon, but still has rotation showing up in that, on the leading edge of that mesoscale convective system there. That's going to be coming up towards Gardner along Highway 29, I-29, north of Fargo. And again, everybody in a severe thunderstorm warning here from Fargo, with a destructive severe thunderstorm coming into Fargo here, and then all the way up here, 29 Hillsborough, Mayville, Findlay, Northwood, to areas west and south of Grand Forks, Larimore back towards Lakota and Michigan City, and then back here towards Devil's Lake, North Dakota. Everybody in that warning here needs to treat this very similar to a tornado warning. So lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows, put walls between you and the outside, make sure you're in a sturdy structure. No one should be in a camping trailer or a mobile home or out in a recreational camping tent. This could do some serious damage if you're not in a safe structure. Yeah, this is an extremely dangerous situation here. I don't know if there's been this many tornadoes. I think some of these are going to be some multiple reports, but there's been at least probably about half a dozen tornadoes today in North Dakota. And we're probably going to get some more here in the next little bit. I should note they have also issued a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers northern Minnesota, including areas like Duluth, Minnesota, Ely, Hibbing, basically the northern half of Minnesota here. And that goes another 7 hours and 20 minutes. Scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles an hour, scattered large hail, isolated very large hail 2 inches, and a tornado or two are possible. They are calling for a mix of supercells and clusters and a bow echo forecasted to move through the watch area. Yeah, this system is not dying off according to the models. The models even earlier today take the whole convective system basically across Minnesota and then into the Great Lakes. And we may see it slowly weaken as it crosses the Great Lakes, but even tomorrow afternoon, we may see that energy re-intensify in the daytime heating tomorrow and into lower parts of Michigan, western New York, and southern Ontario. Is he on the Sheldon storm? He got a crazy look at a tornado today. I think we retweeted it on X. Let me see if I posted that earlier on X. I can't share his stuff on the stream, but yeah, I'll retweet what he had earlier. He had a pretty significant tornado earlier on his stream, about 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's gone PDS again. I think this is the same storm, actually, that's gone PDS a couple times. Take a look at it again. Wow, look at that. North of Leonard. Interesting, the debris signature isn't as noticeable in here, but still showing some CC in here. But that is a massive area of rotation here. So we're getting our radar out of Fargo. Let me double check that. Yeah, I'm surprised this hasn't gotten a new tornado warning here near Arthur. Still rotating in here on the leading edge of that near Arthur. That other cell near Mahanomen, Minnesota, still staying broad, but there's some broad rotation still in that cell. And then we're seeing that surge of winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through areas like Twin Valley, down towards Woburn, Callaway, Richwood, White Earth, Minnesota. It's going to continue working its way to the south and east. And yeah, there's just a massive wind field in this system here, with a couple areas still of rotation showing up, not quite as distinct as they were earlier. There still is an area here near Michigan City and Lakota that could have a spin up. Decently tight area of circulation actually right there. Let's see. That may actually be producing a QLCS tornado right here. It's right at the edge of the clear air, so it's hard to fully say that's a CC drop. It's right at the clear air, but that looks a little more concentrated than some of our clear air signatures. So, and it's very correlated with that area of rotation. That could easily be a quick QLCS spin up there. Would not be surprised if that is. Did it pick up again? Let me check. All right, this has moved a little bit. Let's take a look at this again. It's weakened a little bit. Yeah, that's on the ground. That's a tornado on the ground in progress right here. This is north of Michigan City. Coming up, this is an unwarned tornado in progress here, coming towards Dahlen and Fordville. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. Dahlen and Fordville, maybe up towards Lankin. Basically, if you're in this area here, north and east of Michigan City and north of Lakota, north and east of Lakota. That's why this whole line has a tornado possible tag. We're probably missing some small QLCS spin-ups, just because they can be so quick. They can be so quick. They're within the scan of the radar. These winds are coming right into the radar site too, so hopefully this thing holds. 76, 83, 89, 87. These are within a couple miles of the radar site, so this is really low-level winds. Even some areas here around 100 showing up, 91, 94, and 98. And these are just off the deck, so these could be winds that are reaching the ground here. That shows you what kind of wind is in this. I talked about it, I think, on another stream. One time we were dealing with a QLCS spin up situation. And we're just, I think, with better radar coverage, starting to see quick spin ups like this. But I would guess there's probably hundreds to even sometimes some years there may be even thousands that go undetected, these little quick spin ups. And I think some people think when we say a quick spin up that it means it's going to be weak, but some of these actually are pretty significant. They're just usually very short lived. They're usually sometimes just a mile or even less in length. This one has maybe gone a couple miles just because of how quick this is moving. And one of the reasons we see more of them is we tend to see more of them closer to the radar sites because they tend to be a little bit lower level circulations. So they're hard to detect further from the radar site. But yeah, that looks like it's an ongoing area of coming towards Dallin. Let's go back down to our other pretty significant PDS supercell here. Still observed north of Leonard. Wow, look at that. That is crazy. Wind's going around like this. You can just see the circulation on here spinning into that. It just moved. It looks like it was here. What just happened? May have just lifted or something happened here. There's a big CC lowering and then there's not much. It still is in here, I think. It's in here north of Davenport. Oh, you know what? I think our radar's having some problems here. The radar just did some weird stuff. It's getting slammed with those 80-mile-an-hour winds. Look at these. These are some quick spin-ups possible right here. There's a whole line of them. Here's that area of circulation that I've been also following for quite a while. The one that came out of air. That one looks like it's a little bit tighter right now, too. I think the National Weather Service has a lot going on, though. So some of these quick spin-ups are maybe not getting seen as much as some nights. The whole line has potential for 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds. This probably deserves a tornado warning just by how close we are to the radar site. There's also another spin right in here. Yeah, you can see them on the reflectivity too. These little notches right in here near Gardner and then Granlund. Those two could easily produce tornadoes. And then let's see if this guy's still going near Dallin. No, that one looks like it has weakened. I don't see that CC signature like we did a few minutes ago. This is a crazy mesoscale convective system. This is a very intense derecho. Yeah, so here's your tornado. Still looks like it might be in here. Let's see. Still an observed tornado. Weather spotter confirmed. And they are going to reissue an observed PDS tag. So they're going to go back to... Yeah, they're going to continue the observed PDS tag through Davenport, through Warren, Horace, and White Rice, down towards Oxbow and Christine, right on the Minnesota and North Dakota state line. South sides of Fargo, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Looks like it lifted it looks like it lifted, but I think it's going to I think it's doing a quick reboot here. That first one lifted, and it looks like the new circulation's picking up. This cell is kind of doing some weird stuff, like I mentioned it was probably going to do earlier. It's getting incorporated into this whole complex of storms. So that's just creating some really weird cell interactions right here. The supercell is still kind of on the leading edge of this now, but Yeah, it's getting directed a little bit weird. I'm hoping it looks like the tornadic portion of the cell stays south of Fargo. And it just broadened back out, but that new area of circulation here is over here near Davenport and Kindred. There are some areas here, well, not just some areas, but there are a lot of areas that don't have a ton of trees and stuff, so it could still be on the ground too, and we just don't see it on the CC just because it's not picking up much. Just because we're not seeing a clear CC signature, I'm not convinced that's not still on the ground. Yeah, look at these winds here. Let's take a look here. Here's out of the Moorhead side of Fargo in Minnesota. Thanks to Minnesota 511. Just starting to get some rain on this camera, so we'll see if things pick up here. This camera is at 94 and Highway 75 here, right on the North Dakota and Minnesota state line. So the newest severe thunderstorm warning is going to be a considerable threat and tornado possible. That covers the southern flank of this convective system here. Everything here along the state line south of Fargo, from areas around Foreman, North Dakota, over towards Abercrombie, and then crossing into Minnesota around Pelican Rapids, Fergus Falls, Frazee, Barnesville, and south of Detroit Lakes. That is a large, considerable threat warning. We also have a destructive warning on these cells, the ones that are over here towards White Earth. A couple areas of circulation in here, but there is circulation picking up here near White Earth. So we'll keep an eye on that little notch right in here. And then there's still that broader area of circulation up here towards the White Earth State Forest. It's staying kind of broad, so that one seems to be behaving itself, but there is damaging wind surging out. And again, that's another 80-mile-an-hour destructive threat coming towards White Earth, Minnesota, eventually up towards Bagley and Minerva. Wow. That is a big system there. Another 80-mile-an-hour destructive severe threat everywhere here from Northwood, Mayville, Hillsboro in North Dakota, up through Grand Forks, and then crossing into Minnesota, Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls, and Crookston, Minnesota. Considerable threat, destructive severe thunderstorm. Again, treat it like it's a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and outside. If you have trees on your property and want to hunker even more like a tornado, tree falls can be very dangerous. And then a considerable threat here, 70-mile-an-hour winds coming up from the areas here east of Lakota and Devil's Lake up towards St. Thomas, Cavalier, Park River, crossing the Minnesota border here into areas around Stephen and Warren, Minnesota. Some of this may get close to the Canadian border. Holly, North Dakota or Minnesota? Holly, Minnesota. Oh, yeah. Look at that hook. Just in the last minute or two, that's coming right towards White Earth. Not seeing a CC drop on that, but I wouldn't be surprised if that stays like it is. That should get a tornado warning. Probably something out like this. I would start to get to my tornado safe space if I was over here near White Earth or Elbow Lake, Minnesota. That one has wrapped up pretty quickly. Yeah, let's take a look here. Very quickly. It's, the last scan, it's moving a little more east. But still, areas like White Earth and Elbow Lake, you need to probably get to your tornado safe space there. I would do that. Yeah, look at that. You can see it start to surge out, and then you can really start to see that hook wrap in. White Earth, even if that circulation goes to your south there, you're still going to get the destructive 80-mile-an-hour winds coming all the way through this area. Fargo is a mess right now. Let's see here. There's still a lot of cars out here in Fargo too. Look at this. There's too many people on the road for this type of warning. I think this supercell's losing it a little bit. Still some circulation in here. Maybe 2 areas of circulation. Potentially still a tornado in here. This is clear air, but I'm not sure about this. This is potentially still on the ground. That northern area circulation, that shouldn't be a CC drop right there. So that's near Warren, North Dakota. And see, yeah, it's not there anymore. That was probably a little bit of that tornado that we just weren't seeing much of CC on. But yeah, right in here near Warren and Horace. It's going to be a busy day, or a busy couple days for the northern parts of the U.S. And we, I think on Sunday, are going to be basically back in the same area. Sunday has a slight risk right now for severe weather across Minnesota. And then, yeah, tomorrow, this whole system essentially is that whole piece of energy slides down into this area. Probably be covering that too a little bit. It may weaken by the time it gets into this area here, but the models were kind of mixed on this. A couple models show this system kind of stays intact and makes it all the way across the Great Lakes and basically down into areas around Toronto. And then a couple of the other models show it kind of fizzling here around Lake Huron. Let me use a different color. Fizzling kind of like in here in northern Michigan, but then the outflow boundary sparking some new storms out ahead of it. So if I had to guess, it's probably going to be a mix of those. I think some of this energy will probably stay intact, and then the rest of the energy will probably weaken, but spark new storms on the outflow. Shouldn't be as much of a tornadic threat. It should be more of a damaging wind threat. I don't see the wind right now in Fargo yet. Or I guess I should say Moorhead. This camera's out of Moorhead, Minnesota. Yeah, the wind is going to be just behind this camera. Hasn't caught up to the camera yet. It's still on the North Dakota side. And they have let that tornado warning expire. That storm did get kind of swept up in that line of storms. Let's play that back. That was a very interesting supercell. Actually, there were two back right before we started the stream. The one just kind of stopped moving. That's some really interesting weather. So there's two supercells. They're both moving basically east. They start to get some interaction with that line that's surging towards them. The one kind of just stops. And then they do a little bit of a Fujiwara there near Enderlin. This one started to swing down. Close this out. Yeah, this one started to swing down like this. This one swung up like this. And then they both just got incorporated into the bigger mesoscale convective system. Wow. Yeah, wow. Let's see, we should be in the window of some of these high-res models. I haven't taken a look much at day 3 yet, just because I was kind of getting ready for day 1 today. But let's see. My high-res model doesn't go quite out to day 3 yet. Some of it looks like it might be north of the border. Based on just a quick glance I had and the slight check I had, maybe very northern Minnesota. But we'll see. We got some time to refine those model runs. But that's just based on one model here. Still a destructive tag hanging on back here. We'll see what they do with these. Looks like they're going to bring it down to a considerable threat. But yeah, there's still considerable threat here for damaging winds back here behind that main front line of storms. Areas around Carrington, Rockford, New Rockford, Cooperstown, Fessenden. And then we have these destructive storms here on the leading edge coming into Minnesota now. We're starting to see a transition into Minnesota here. Still an area of circulation near White Earth. The other circulation up here towards Minerva. They seem to be behaving themselves. They're not super tight right now. But yeah, more concerning is the Boeing segment of destructive winds coming towards Lake George, Minerva, Bagley, Park Rapids, Detroit Lakes. You guys are all under the gun for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. And then Fargo, you guys are getting the heavy winds now. Yeah, look at the camera here. Thanks to the Minnesota DOT, it's starting to shake pretty good. So that surge of wind right now is coming across Fargo. Yeah, look at that. Oh, tomorrow, I don't think tomorrow's going to go enhanced. I think they'll keep the slight risk for tomorrow. Wow, look at that. Yeah, you're up late, weatherman. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. It's, no, I'm in the central time zone, so it's 12 a.m. Honestly, that helps. I think that helps. I can do this a little easier when I'm in the central time zone because I can cover a lot of the central time zone storms, but then the East Coast storms aren't as late. And in the central time zone, I can also cover some of the mountain time zone storms, although there's not as many severe storms in the mountain time zone. Usually late at night. Usually that's an afternoon thing. Considerable threat still coming across the Minnesota and North Dakota state line, down I-29 towards Abercrombie. Fargo getting hammered right now. Fargo and Moorhead. Good news is for Fargo, that tornado threat is minimal here across the Fargo metro right now. We may be starting to lose a little bit of that tornadic threat. There's still a little area rotation in here near Halstead, Minnesota. but I'm not seeing those little really well-defined notching as much as we did just a little bit ago. Big surge of wind coming towards Grand Forks. Again, 70 to 80 to even 90 mile an hour winds. It's going to be coming across Grand Forks and then over towards Crookston, Thief River Falls. Up 29 towards Kennedy, Juliet, and Cavalier. Some of this may work its way into extreme southern on Manitoba. Look at that camera. That looks very similar to the Lakota, North Dakota camera that we had earlier on the stream. Just really heavy sheets of wind. A lot of lightning. I haven't seen any power flashes, so that's one good sign. Thanks, weatherman. I mean, if you have to go to bed, I mean, don't worry too much, because you're not in any threat here of severe weather down there. Hailstorms coming through areas like Grand Rapids, Minnesota, up towards Hibbing. Looks like we had a 3-inch hail report just a little bit ago. That's a large hail report. Not a lot of large hail in these storms, but that one is a large hail report out of there. So yeah, eventually this, the models kind of have this. Actually, they had it pretty good. They have this kind of convective system back here towards Fargo, essentially kind of like scooping up all these storms as it works its way through the northern parts of Minnesota. I feel like our camera just went down. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, the camera froze up there for a second. Pretty good power grid. Those lights are still functioning. Yeah, there's an arc of severe storms basically all the way back into areas here in Wisconsin already. Considerable threat for some golf ball size hail here in Wisconsin. That's going to be pushing up towards Ashland. Duluth quiet right now, but storms back to your west towards Grand Rapids and then back towards Bemidji. Pick up the destructive tag. Yeah, it's going to be, I think, close to 100, even into areas like Philly. DC should be in 100. It's going to be crazy hot. 90s up into like New York City. This is like temperatures for Sunday, but Sunday 96 around DC, 97, 95 all the way up to areas here around Connecticut. Hartford, Connecticut might hit like 95. Yeah, areas here around New York City, maybe around 96, 97. I wouldn't be shocked if DC hits 100. Especially with some of that heat island effect. And out west too, like Nebraska, it's going to be, I think, a couple days straight here around in Nebraska, Kansas, maybe up into Iowa, where it could be 101 to 105. Yeah, Texas is actually going to be slightly cooler than some of the other parts of the country. It's still going to be like 90s, low 90s. Maybe even mid 90s for some of those areas around Dallas, Fort Worth, but that heat is really going to be cranking, especially like the Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic, and then up here into the Central Plains. Detroit could be in the 90s here this weekend. Into early next week too. It's going to last actually quite a bit. This Sunday temperature outlook is going to look very, I think, similar. Sunday and then Monday, Tuesday, maybe even into Wednesday, especially for like this area, the Ohio Valley, the mid-Mississippi Valley, into the Northeast. Some new storm reports coming in. Temvik, North Dakota earlier this evening. 101 mile an hour winds. That is straight line winds. And that heat that I was just mentioning on the East Coast and stuff, it's going to be very humid, but it's not going to be the heat that causes a lot of afternoon thunderstorms. So there's not going to be as much chance of storms on the East Coast that you kind of would normally expect those pop-up summer showers and storms. It's going to be actually so hot through the atmosphere that it's not conducive for convective development. So you're not going to see as much of those. Even down by you, weatherman, you're not going to see as much storms next week. All right, have a good night. Stay safe and have a good weekend. Some of this wind energy looks like it's starting to die down just a little bit. We're getting more of these considerable threat tags. And this, on the reflectivity, doesn't look quite as healthy. It's starting to run into some rain-cooled air from the storms that have popped up into western Minnesota. So I think we're going to start to see possibly a new convective system, which would be very interesting. But we have a low pressure that's formed here, basically its own little mesoscale convective system with a low pressure and very tightly wound. But yeah, I think it's going to start kind of getting incorporated into this new leading edge. And we can see that also with the lightning. There's not as much lightning in this area here, back towards Grand Forks. There's much more lightning starting to show up here out ahead of this, from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, down towards Fargo. This new cluster of storms that's really upscaling. Heavy wind still battering the area around Fargo and Moorhead. Once again, destructive severe thunderstorms pushing through the areas around White Earth and Bagley, Minnesota. It's coming into areas like Detroit Lakes, Park Rapids, Lake George, and Bemidji. You guys are going to be up next. Further north, areas like Grand Forks, Crookston, Red Lake Falls, and Thief River Falls. Here, destructive thunderstorms pushing towards you guys. And then further to the north, considerable threat for areas around Park River, Grafton, over towards Stephen, Minnesota. And we do seem to be losing some of those embedded tornadic circulations, so that is one good thing. About an hour ago, 73 mile an hour wind out of Glenfield, North Dakota. Reload the radar. Sometimes I reload and we get new storm reports. See if we got any new storm reports in. Jamestown, North Dakota earlier had some tornadoes just east of Jamestown. 3-inch hail also reported there. Another 2-inch hail report at hen egg sized hail out of Jamestown, North Dakota. Bismarck, North Dakota, earlier 82-mile-an-hour winds along Highway 94. 78-mile-an-hour winds around Bismarck, so easily pushed over 80-mile-an-hour winds there in Bismarck. And then, yeah, we're still seeing a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for the winds behind the leading edge of precip. There are still destructive winds potentially with this convective system here, even though it doesn't look as impressive on the reflectivity. This localized low pressure system back here is a deep low pressure. You can even see it's still kind of wrapping some of this precip back into it. It's set up very similar to a small tropical storm or a small hurricane. You can kind of see the feeder band out ahead of this with the what earlier had a little bit more enhanced tornadic potential, and then wrapping back in on the backside is a pretty tight area of wind too. So what a crazy look. Just an absolutely insane look. I mentioned it earlier, we haven't seen I haven't seen a convective system wrap this tight, and very, very rarely. Yeah, it is crazy. All right, I got something in my throat. I got to clear my throat here real quick. Okay, we're back. Had to clear my throat there for a second. Wow. Yeah, just a crazy look at this convective system. You can see how wrapped up it is. Still potentially producing damaging wind behind the original line of storms. So 70-mile-an-hour winds is still potential here for areas around Lakota down to Cooperstown, back towards Carrington. And then the leading edge here, potentially some embedded spin-up tornadoes, but also potential here for 80-mile-an-hour winds coming through Grand Forks, Crookston, back down here into the Fargo metro. You can see our camera here from the Moorhead area just to the east of the North Dakota state line. Looks like the sheets of rain crossing this camera have calmed down just a little bit on the last look. And good news is I'm not seeing as much traffic right now, so hopefully everybody's kind of hunkered down here in the Fargo area. If you're out ahead of this, you need to treat it very similar to a tornado warning on your lowest level, into your room, away from the doors and windows. Make sure there's no trees above you. But yes, we see a big, long surge of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds potentially here. Now east of the Fargo and Moorhead area, coming towards Holly, approaching Pelican Rapids and Detroit Lakes. Further south here along the state line, along 29, down towards Dwight, North Dakota, and then over towards Fergus Falls, Minnesota. And then our other cell is surging out here towards Bagley. Now east of White Earth, it's going to be coming towards Park Rapids. This is likely going to get a new warning, probably extended out here. It's about at the edge of its warning polygon. So get ready here for a new severe thunderstorm warning, likely around Lake George, Walker, Minnesota, and Park Rapids. And then there's a line of considerable threat, severe thunderstorms here into north central Minnesota, stretching from areas east of Bemidji down towards Grand Rapids, now east of Grand Rapids towards Hibbing, and then up towards Virginia, Minnesota, back up towards Willow Valley. This area potentially here, tennis ball sized hail and 70 mile an hour winds. So each of these cells here are considerable threats. Let's see, there's about 3 cells that have potential for those tennis ball size hail. They're lifting to the north and northeast. So a little bit of weird direction here, but essentially that whole cluster of cells could have some larger hail and some damaging winds. Not seeing a ton of rotation in those cells at the moment, so that's one good thing. These are in a little less tornadic environment here, but mostly a damaging wind threat and a hail threat for those storms. They are going to extend a severe thunderstorm warning here, considerable threat for those areas around Bagley. This is Hubbard, Beltrami, Mahomen, Becker, and Clearwater counties here in northwestern Minnesota. Considerable threat, up to 70 mile an hour winds, potentially even a gust or two higher than that. And the good news is our hail has decreased a little bit on this. I want to update our stream here. Let's see. There we go. Updated that to include Minnesota. We currently have if you're just joining us, a tornado watch. That includes areas here in eastern North Dakota, extreme northern South Dakota, and then west central Minnesota. That goes until 3 a.m. Central Time. Most of this energy should be out of this tornado watch before that, but we'll continue to keep our eye on this. Most of the tornadic chance is going to be on the leading edge of this area of convection. And just as I say that, look at that timing. So the tornado threat is shifting very quickly here, basically into Minnesota. It's about out of the Dakotas here. We'll still keep our eye on it. And then, yeah, still wind energy continuing here. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds back here towards Jamestown, even though the precip isn't that noticeable here. Back up towards Carrington and Coopertown, still potentially 70 mile an hour winds in the low pressure of that convective system. Newest tornado warning here. This is going to be into Minnesota. This is going to be areas here of Hubbard, Beltrami, and Clearwater counties. They storm over Upper Rice Lake, about 18 miles west of Bemidji, moving east at 40. So keep an eye on this if you're in the Bemidji metro. This does include Bemidji, Minnesota, back towards Solway on Highway 2, Wilton, Shelvin, just south of Bagley. I would be tucked into my safe space there anyway with with the destructive severe thunderstorm. But this was an area of rotation that we were following for quite a while. It was a weak area of rotation. Remember, hey, weatherman, it's late. You can go to bed. Remember that rotation that we were following near Mahoman? That just went tornado warned here. It tightened up now east of Mahoman, south of Bagley. So that area rotation is finally getting tornado warned. Between Minerva and Bagley, approaching areas here around Bemidji, Minnesota. That's going to be tucked up in this rain. Let's take a look here at the leading edge of this, coming towards Bemidji, Minnesota at about 40 miles an hour. About 21 minutes. Although I think that's a little misleading because the whole storm is moving at about 70 miles an hour. So I think you got a little less time there in Bemidji. Yeah, that's probably moving at least 55 to 60 miles an hour. Let's track that out again. I'm going to put it out at 55. And that may be conservative. That would put it into Bemidji in about 16 minutes. I like that. A little better timing than the previous one. So Bemidji, you got about 15 to 16 minutes till this area circulation is in town. All right, yeah, just it's quiet where you are. Seeing new warnings here for areas around Detroit Lakes, Fergus Falls. These are considerable threats, severe thunderstorms here. With still tornado possible, the tornado threat is shifting into Minnesota here. I think very quickly we're going to be out of a tornado threat in North Dakota. Let's take a look here. Still a considerable threat up towards Grafton along I-29. The Red River Valley is just getting hammered here. A very, very wide swath of 60, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. And again, just because the leading edge is weakening a little bit here around Grand Forks, you still have a massive area of 60 to potentially 70 mile an hour winds still back here in the low pressure of the convective system. Let's take a look. Detroit Lakes. Maybe, but I think it's some contamination there on the cell. There's a little bit of convergence on this this area right here, but this is more of a shear line here. If there's anywhere to watch right now that's not tornado warned, it's maybe this little hook down in here. Not super hooky right now, but that's just on the very southern end of this cell. That could be a little area of inflow to watch. I think this is what's left of that supercell. So there probably is still a little bit of rotation still in this cell near Barnesville and Pelican Rapids, but it doesn't look imminently tornadic. But yeah, that's a little bit of, I think, radar contamination north of Detroit Lakes, right here where the reds and greens come together. This did tighten up, though. Let's take a look at this again. Very quickly coming towards Bemidji here. This area rotation right in here. It's going to be just south of Solway on Highway 2. Again, probably about 5 to 10 minutes towards Bemidji. I'm actually not. I slept in a little. I knew we were going to be up late tonight, so I slept in a little bit last night. I was ready for a late night stream tonight. Take a look. We never thanked EarthCam, but I popped on so quickly here this evening. But our still rainy and windy in our Lakota, North Dakota EarthCam. It's been interesting watching this at times. Right now, there's not a lot of wind showing up on the flagpole there, but at times this has gusted, so there still is gusty wind back here in this heavy rain. And there's still been a couple big flashes of lightning, but not as much lately. But thanks to EarthCam. Link in the description. Sounds good, weatherman. I'm sure we'll see you later this weekend. Should have some coverage tomorrow with that slight risk in the lower Great Lakes, and then we'll likely be back pretty heavy again on Sunday back here in the upper Midwest. So yeah, rotation here south of Solway. Potentially some hail in this cell too. There's some hail potentially showing up here back towards Bagley, and then south of that area rotation. That's going to be a pretty nasty cell coming into Bemidji. Again, Bemidji, you're in a tornado warning, but even outside of the tornado chance, you need to take that seriously as a destructive thunderstorm coming towards you. Then watching areas here around Hibbing, a cluster of considerable threat severe thunderstorms producing some 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then also potentially some larger hail up to tennis balls. Just updating my stream here. Okay, updated the stream, checked all my settings, and we're good to go. Let's continue to cover the powerful derecho here affecting areas of North Dakota and now into Minnesota. Starting to see some energy transition into these storms that are out here in Minnesota. So I think the severe threat across northern Minnesota is going to start increasing here, even more than it has here in the last hour or two. But that's going to increase that severe thunderstorm risk from areas here, Bemidji, under that tornado warning, down towards Park Rapids, and then down towards Wadena, possibly down south towards Little Falls, Farm Island and Atkin, and then eventually over here into the Duluth metro later this evening and overnight. We're starting to see a big shift of energy here into those storms here into northwest Minnesota. Still seeing a significant wind risk in North Dakota, but the severe risk is winding down. There's a less chance of larger hail, or pretty much no chance of larger hail right now. It looks like the tornado threat is winding down in North Dakota, but still a heavy rain and wind threat. Again, under this mesoscale convective system, under the low pressure that's formed here, there's still a very tight wind field, potentially 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, still possible in gusts under this area of convection here. That's areas like Devil's Lake, down towards Carrington, Cooperstown, up towards Grafton and Grand Forks. There are significant destructive storms here on the leading edge from areas here south and east of Fargo up to around Detroit Lakes, and then up to the areas around Bemidji and areas just to the north of Bemidji around Red Lake, Minnesota. That's where we have our leading edge of storms. Again, a destructive threat of 80 mile an hour winds, some larger hail in these storms, and then the tornado threat also with some embedded areas of circulation. The one ongoing tornado warning here around Bemidji, Minnesota, for an area rotation around Solway and Wilton coming towards the Bemidji metro. It's broadened out a little bit, so we'll see if they continue this warning. It would go another 8 minutes. We'll see if it gets extended out from there. If it does, areas like Turtle River could be under the gun, but Bemidji, Minnesota, you need to stay in your tornado safe space at least another few minutes here. Let this dangerous supercell embedded into this mesoscale convective system pass. And even beyond the tornado threat, it's a good idea to be in your tornado safe space anyway for these destructive, possibly 80 mile an hour winds pushing through the Bemidji metro. This circulation will be back up here in the rain, so don't go out and try and see this. This is going to be a rain-wrapped area of circulation. Again, it's crossing areas around Highway 2 near Wilton on the northwest side of Bemidji, Minnesota. So we are going to get a new tornado warning here. This is going to be an area east there, Itasca and Cass counties in north central Minnesota. It's going to be the Weather Service out of Duluth. So there's a bit of, because there are two different Weather Service offices. This is the Weather Service office out of Grand Forks. And Duluth looks like they're going to warn way out in front here. They're actually not warning for the cell out here, which I was a little confused about because I just looked at this cell and there's not a lot of rotation in it. So the cell that's in this warning polygon is not the cell being warned. It's actually the cell for Bemidji that's going to push into this warning polygon. A little bit confusing, but it's a decent warning there for Duluth. Let me just adjust my chair a little bit. But yeah, so this is going to be a new tornado warning here for areas around Leech Lake, Cass Lake, Deer River, Marcel, and Bowstring around the Black Duck State Forest. Again, area here, Bemidji, Minnesota, that's the area of rotation that's going to be working into this new warning polygon here in a little while. Being warned for $half size hail as well around Bemidji. Lake Winnebegoshish. I think that's how you would say it. That's in the location, and then Deer River is impacted. So again, they talk about it in the warning, and I usually talk about it every now and then too, but you want to be in that lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's your best option. And then if you're out here in recreational vehicles, in a camping trailer or a mobile home, you need to make your way to a sturdy structure. Especially if you're out here towards Deer River, you have a minute to get into a sturdy structure, since the area of circulation is still back here towards Bemidji. We're going to get a new tornado warning here to extend this here between Bemidji and that other tornado warning here. So Black Duck, Hines, 10 Strike, and Turtle River here along Highway 71 north and east of Bemidji, Minnesota. You guys are all under a tornado warning now for this circulation here, working its way from Bemidji and Wilton over here into parts of Beltrami County. So again, it's over Wilton or near Bemidji, moving east at 55. Let me lapse this here and we'll see the exact direction of this. Getting some lightning intensifying again on our Lakota, North Dakota camera. So we'll keep an eye on this camera here. Again, it's still in a severe thunderstorm, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, potentially around the areas here into eastern and central North Dakota still with that mesoscale convective system. That the National Weather Service did use the terminology of a derecho in progress. Turtle River, that would bring it to you guys in about 6 minutes. And then Pennington, about 17 minutes. Squaw Lake, Minnesota, 35 minutes. Jesse Lake, about 50. Hi, Sarah. How's it going? St. Louis, excessive heat. Yes. Yeah, St. Louis is going to still have some excessive heat. I believe the next couple days. Really tomorrow, Sunday, likely into early next week. Adler. Yeah, I was looking at some heat just a little bit ago. Let's check here. We'll take a quick break from the tornado warnings and let me just check your heat forecast here for the next couple days in St. Louis. Yeah. Let's see. It's going to heat up pretty quickly tomorrow. And then let's see. These are some temperature forecasts, 95, probably heat indices with the humidity closing in on that 100 mark. This could be a little conservative, the 95 mark. I'd say mid to upper 90s and then heat indices around 100 to 105. Yeah, 108. That could be, especially with the heat island and the dense city environment. And then I think it's supposed to be a little bit hotter even the next day. Let's see. Yeah, it's showing a couple days, at least on this model run, a couple of days of 96, 95 temperatures. The dew points are going to be in the mid to upper 70s. So it's going to be just a nasty, 70 dew points. That's actually right now, it's in the 70s. 77 dew point. That's not going to be fun at all. I could easily see that 100, 105, maybe 110. 110 could push it a little bit, but I think you're pretty safe bet to feel those lower hundreds. And I believe that heat's going to last into the early part of the week, Monday, Tuesday. I think it's going to be hot really all week for St. Louis. Might be a little bit cooler, like not feeling like 110, maybe more like mid 90s by the end of the week. But it does look like the heat is there to stay for at least a little while in St. Louis. But severe weather should be limited for the next few days. Just a very hot and humid environment here for the weekend. St. Louis needs a break from the severe weather. You guys have been getting hammered all spring. So here's some good news here for our folks in Fargo and Detroit Lakes. They're replacing that destructive tag with a severe thunderstorm warning. So still a severe thunderstorm from Park Rapids down to Detroit Lakes and Fergus Falls, but no longer a destructive tag. So we're looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail. We are still holding the destructive tag for a little while here in North Dakota for the convective system. So even though there's not a lot of heavy lightning or thunder, this is still a dangerous area here that could produce some wind gusts in that 70 to even 80-mile-an-hour range around Cooperstown, Valley City, Jamestown, Carrington. Yeah, it's probably going to be like that for a while, just with the St. Louis weather. And you'll probably go from these severe storms to then just like an extreme drought for the rest of the summer. Here's that area of circulation. It's actually tightened up a little bit here, just to the north and east of Bemidji, Minnesota. Yeah, this is looking a little bit better presentation here for this supercell that's embedded in this cluster of storms. Coming through Buena Vista State Forest, approaching areas here along Highway 71, around Turtle River, 10 Strike, Hines, and Black Duck. And that's going to go through the Black Duck State Forest. And not a ton of population out here, but then areas like Max, Inger, Bowstring, and Marcel are in that path of that potential tornado. And just to the north and east of Bemidji, Minnesota. It's an interesting environment that's feeding these storms. There is a boundary across Minnesota tonight. Let me pull out, and you can actually kind of see the boundary here. There's an upper level trough that's dug in here from the west, and there's a bit of a boundary here across Minnesota, and the storms have fired basically along and just north of this boundary. But it's created this arc of severe thunderstorms here across northern Minnesota. The storms that fired back in North Dakota quickly went severe. They were supercells with large hail and damaging winds here in western North Dakota. They quickly formed a convective system. It's basically creating its own little weather. There's now a very tightly wrapped low pressure in eastern North Dakota here around Cooperstown. If I put the radar into motion, you'll be able to see it. But it's so wound up that it's almost like a little mini tropical storm or hurricane. You can even see it's kind of pulling in this moisture here on the backside, but out in front, it's kind of had this arc of supercells. They're not quite as organized at the moment, just because the energy is transitioning a little bit here from the mesoscale convective system to the new storms that have formed out in front. So there's a bit of a clash of storm systems here, but yeah, so it's a bit of a mesoscale convective system creating its own weather with a localized low, and then the boundary that's draped across Minnesota. There's also another upper level trough that's dug in, and I think I can pull that up here on the surface analysis. Yeah, you can see that upper level trough, at least on this surface analysis, is kind of sitting down in here. So that's also enhanced those storms. It's come out of the Rockies and kind of drifted across the areas here into eastern Montana and into the Dakotas. Here's a look at that kind of boundary. It's basically a warm front that stretches across central Minnesota and into the Great Lakes. Parts of Minnesota do. The western parts along the Red River are a little more susceptible to supercells, and then also the southern part down here towards Iowa and South Dakota. The northern part here up towards Duluth, it doesn't get quite as many supercells, but they still get severe weather, just not quite as many like tornadic supercells. But this time of year is pretty typical for Minnesota to start getting severe weather. Their severe weather season picks up in June. It's very much connected to the same setup that's creating the heat. So the high pressure down here that's creating all this heat in the central and eastern U.S., that actually helps create more of that the severe weather up in the northern tier, because it pushes that jet stream. I'll use a different color. It pushes that jet stream up into the northern tier of the U.S. So it pushes that severe weather into the Dakotas and into Minnesota and even into the prairie states or the prairie provinces of Canada. Yeah, no problem. That's one thing that it's a goal on this channel, to provide not just warnings and increase the lead time and help communicate the warnings, but also just to help people, be more familiar with the weather and what's going on. I hope I didn't complicate that answer too much either. Yeah, and this tonight is just it's a little rare even for this part of the country. This is a destructive system here that's creating its own basically wind field with so we're not even seeing a lot of thunderstorm activity back here, but this low pressure just has so much wind energy wrapped up in it. It's still getting warned for destructive severe thunderstorms. Let's go back to our tornado warned storm and see. Still a radar indicated tornado warning around Bemidji. It's going to be to that area north of Bemidji, Minnesota. Come on. Yeah, area around Turtle River, that's where we're seeing this circulation. And then just south of the circulation, that's where we're seeing our probably heaviest damaging winds coming into areas around Cass Lake. Are you in Bemidji? If you are, you definitely need to stay in your safe place here a few more minutes. That tornadic circulation is near Turtle River. And then it's pushing towards areas around Marcel and Inger. Anywhere here from Bemidji, Minnesota, along and north of Highway 2, from Cass Lake over towards Deer River, it's going to be your highest tornado threat. And then basically right along Highway 2 from Cass Lake over towards Deer River, that is going to be the area here of the surge of wind, potentially 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Oh, that's cool. Well, if you're a fan of weather, I mean, that's the one good thing about St. Louis is, like you said earlier, you get pretty much all the weather. So you'll get the severe weather in the spring and the droughts in the summer and the intense heat, but then also the bitter cold and the snow. You do get everything. I wasn't sure if you were trolling me for a minute, but that is a real community. Not quite to you guys yet, but I would keep an eye on it. Yeah, you're over here towards Grand Rapids. Did you see any hail earlier? There's a report out of Grand Rapids earlier about 3-inch diameter hail. Ball Bluff, Minnesota. We'll mark that on our interesting town names. Not quite tornado threat there yet, but I would definitely have a tornado action plan. Your chances of a tornado are a little lower here into Minnesota along Highway 2 towards Duluth. The further east in Minnesota you go, the less of a tornado chance, but there's still going to be a pretty significant severe wind threat coming towards really everywhere across this severe thunderstorm watch that covers northern Minnesota all the way to the Duluth metro and then into northern parts of Wisconsin. It's going to get louder. These storms are super electrified. We saw that on our traffic cameras and our camera earlier out of North Dakota. thanks to EarthCam. There's still a pretty good amount of lightning even back into North Dakota, but yeah, it's these storms definitely mean business. There's a lot of lightning energy with them. Back here towards Detroit Lakes, that storm has a ton of strikes still, and that's not even the strongest storm in this bunch. Looks like right now our strongest storm is this cell near Bemidji with the embedded tornadic circulation. The line of storms here is also kind of upscaling here, so we're getting a pretty consistent line of storms. It's working its way to the northeast across northern parts of Minnesota. The newest warning here for half-dollar size hail. We've had lime-size hail in some of these cells. Back towards Big Fork, Marcel, Virginia, and Evelyn. And then back here towards Silver Creek, Silver Bay. Up here along Hoyt Lakes. It's a nasty line of cells on its own. And then your more destructive severe threat is the convective system that's working in from the west. You're, I think, going to be hearing thunder for quite a while. Looks like things are calming down a little bit on our Fargo camera here. But yeah, here's our Earth camera. Thanks to EarthCam, link in the description. Lakota, North Dakota here in east central North Dakota. Still lightning showing up on this camera too. Let me see. We may have some cameras towards Bemidji. Here's that complex out of Evelyn and Virginia, Minnesota. Pretty constant lightning. It's almost near constant lightning. I think we had some significant tornadoes today in parts of North Dakota. Considerable threat severe thunderstorm still continuing here for Bemidji, Minnesota, and then the tornadic threat is going to be just to the north of here towards Hines and Turtle River. Some pretty good wind gusts in here too. It's interesting because some tornadoes do sound like the freight train sound, but others sound more like almost like a hurricane, just like a whirling wind sound. I think it depends on what kind of environment and what the landscape is of where the tornado is. That helps kind of create the sound, and then obviously how strong it is. Yeah, definitely have your weather. If you're out ahead of this, so she's gonna be, those storms are gonna be lifting away from her right now, but let her know there's more storms coming. It's gonna be kind of a 1-2 punch across parts of northern Minnesota. Yeah, it's interesting dynamic. This whole line is lifting off to the northeast, but that severe storm with the tornado potential is coming in from the west. So yeah, even if you got storms a little bit ago around Hibbing and Grand Rapids, and then back areas in here along Highway 2, you're still going to get another round of storms coming towards you. Tornado warning continuing here to the northeast of Bemidji. It's broadened out a little bit, but still showing up here near the Black Duck State Forest. And certainly if you know anyone that's camping out here, yeah, definitely have a NOAA weather radio. That's a good option out here. Especially a late night threat. It's an overnight threat. Have a NOAA weather radio to wake you up is a pretty important thing. I've done that before too. I'm a tornado. You don't necessarily have to go to your basement yet if you're over here in the Duluth area, but if you have, a lower level or a split level type situation, it might be a good night to just kind of sleep on that lower level tonight. Hey, Timothy. How's it going tonight? Covering a very interesting severe weather evening here. Still have destructive wind potential back here in North Dakota. Areas here in east central North Dakota from Grand Forks down towards Cooperstown, across I-29 around Hillsboro. We can see the wind field in this is still pretty strong, even though it's mostly just stratiform rain with some lightning in it. I think it's been the destructive winds back here in areas around Bismarck, 80-mile-an-hour winds. South of Bismarck, there was a record here of 101. We've had a pretty wide swath, I think, today, Timothy, of 80 to 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds here in North Dakota. Also, it seems like southeast North Dakota had some pretty significant tornadoes earlier. Obviously, we had to wait till the National Weather Service offices go out and rate those, but just based on the look and the videos and the pictures of them, they looked like pretty significant tornadoes. And then we're kind of transitioning from the tornado threat in North Dakota into the wind threat continuing here across Minnesota with still some embedded circulations. One of the more prominent ones is the tornado warning circulation over here now east of Bemidji. Although it does seem to be like it's broadening out a little bit. But essentially we have a damaging wind threat that's going to stretch all the way across the northern parts of Minnesota and likely into northern Wisconsin and also the UP of Michigan overnight. Yeah, we've seen on streams here, we've seen people sheltering under overpasses, and we've seen it not for tornadoes, but we've mostly seen people sheltering for the hail under the overpasses, and that's a super dangerous thing because it also clogs up the interstate highways and things. It's better even in a hailstorm just to pull your car off and just stop, because you'll still get the momentum of the hail falling, but you won't get the momentum of the hail falling and your car moving towards that hail. So that just compounds the hail damage. It's better to just let the hail fall in your still car and then pull way off the highway, or if better, pull off on an exit and get off the actual highway. Yeah, still seeing circulation in here again, but the more prominent feature here is this surge of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds coming around Highway 2 from Cass Lake over towards Deer River. This is going to probably work its way towards Grand Rapids, Minnesota too. Bradley, Nebraska. Yes, there is a slight risk in Nebraska again on, that would be Sunday. Or did I say Bradley? Brady. That's along I-80 around North Platte. Yeah, that looks about right. Tomorrow should be a pretty good day in Nebraska. There is a slight chance of a stronger storm in Nebraska, even tomorrow, but it's an isolated chance of a storm. But then day 3, that would be Sunday, it's going to be the more concentrated risk of a storm. I think, though, based on some of the latest model data, I really have to go over it, especially tomorrow morning, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit more concentrated into Minnesota, unfortunately, again. Maybe more of an isolated threat down into Nebraska. And some of the model data showed it even more concentrated across the border here into southern Manitoba and southwest Ontario. But we'll see. We got a couple days to refine that data. Yeah, I think we'll be live that day too. Sunday looks like a day we'll be live. Tomorrow is a slight risk day. We may be live tomorrow. It's going to depend. The models are very mixed on tomorrow. Tomorrow, some models have the convective energy that's in the Dakotas and into Minnesota tonight. Some of the models have that working all the way down across the Great Lakes tomorrow, or overnight tonight and into the day tomorrow. Other models have this kind of weakening as it gets into, especially here into like Michigan. And then despite that weakening phase, they kind of have the outflow boundary surging out, and that outflow boundary producing new storms that refire. So there's kind of a mixed mode tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see if that actually develops. Evan's a good dude. How's it going? Is he live tonight? I definitely recommend, if people aren't watching our stream, to watch the few reputable streamers. Because yeah, there's some other streamers that are more hype than I've seen maybe 1 or 2 of Evan's broadcasts, and they seem to be pretty chill. He doesn't seem to overhype stuff, so I think he's a pretty good guy. There's something for everybody on YouTube. There's some other streamers that play like video games while they're trying to stream weather too, and that just looks distracting and chaotic. But here we try and focus on a pretty professional broadcast for weather. So not a lot of hype, not a lot of distractions. And for the couple times I saw his streams, it looks like he's very similar. Yeah, I think there's a low chance of a tornado on the day 2, but I think it's primarily going to be a damaging wind threat. This wind energy is not going to die down. And there's a lot of wind energy in this system. I do like, I mean, he does a lot of good work with the charity stuff, Brian. He does a lot with that. So I do appreciate that. And he's another reputable streamer. He does have a good record, a pretty good track record of lead times and things. Still a really heavy wind threat. This is an incredible system here with the still potential for considerable threat winds, even though the system has really advanced to the east. But areas here in North Dakota still picking up a chance of considerable threat winds. I haven't seen as much on our Lakota, North Dakota camera lately here. The flag has gusted a couple times. There's a flagpole, it looks like, outside the post office. But this flagpole has been still at least the last 10 minutes for the most part of, but every now and then there's still some pretty good gusts that pick up. And yeah, seeing near constant lightning in these storms here in northern Minnesota. This is out of the Evelyn area. And it is a light show. Mississippi gonna get storms? Maybe this weekend. There's a low chance of the typical, Gulf Coast and southern pop-up storms. But this heat dome that's growing here across the east and central U.S. is going to prevent some of the more widespread summer showers and storms. It's going to be warm through the atmosphere so much that it's not going to lead to the convection as much. But I would say southern Mississippi has a little bit better chance, closer to the Gulf Coast. But I think even the southeast has a lower chance of severe weather, or not severe weather, but storms in general the next couple days. It's just going to be hot like everywhere. This is broadened out a little bit. I still see why there's a tornado warning. Let's see, for another 19 minutes here. It may be trying to recycle, but it looks like the wind energy has kind of undercut this a little bit. It's surging out, more of a outflow and wind-driven storm at the moment. Still wrapping up a little bit here near Black Duck State Forest. Let's take this out here a little bit. We'll put this whole storm out at 55 miles an hour. And there are a couple small communities out here north and east of Bemidji, Minnesota. So there are people out here. There's also probably some people in recreation mode. So if you know anyone out here, give them a call and let them know that there are some really massive storms coming their way. Areas around Max, about 6 minutes. Alder, about 25. And Marcel, about 25 minutes here on the end of the warning polygon. I think I got too many layers open. Let me close the risk. Still seeing a pretty good wind profile in here now east of Bemidji. We're a little further from the radar, so not a lot of this energy is going to reach the ground, but even if it's a good 70% of this wind energy, that's still going to be 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Is that in Minnesota? River Place? Or is that down in Mississippi? If it's down in Mississippi, it's going to be hot, but Minnesota? Do you know what town it's near? Duluth. You guys should be good tomorrow. Most of this severe weather is going to work its way through tonight. Yeah, this is all going to be through by morning. But then he's going to watch the day 3. The day 3 has some storms back into Minnesota. Slight risk already for northern and central Minnesota. Crazy amount of wind energy still. Look at that back here near Mayville. This is under that area of precip near the low. There's still some 60s showing up very close to the radar site, 50s to 60s. Pretty easy bet here. That's why there's still severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here into North Dakota. And yeah, that low for the mesoscale convective system, we're still working in here east of Cooperstown. Duluth is in line for that severe weather here in probably a couple hours. Let's see here. Destructive tag still on this storm around Bemidji and central Minnesota. Still recorded as moving east at about 70 miles an hour or so. Let's take a look at that. If it is moving at 70 miles an hour, that's going to put it in Duluth in, let's see, Duluth about 83 minutes. If those storms keep holding at about 70 miles an hour, that's going to put it over to Duluth, 83 minutes. Proctor, Minnesota, about 80. Hermantown, 78. Those are all some major communities in the Duluth metro. Kettle River, about 64 minutes. So yeah, this is going to work its way through Duluth very quickly. Thanks, Sarah. We have we have severe weather broadcasts pretty regularly. And yeah, if you like the atmosphere, we try and keep it fairly chill. I know a lot of people do have storm anxiety, so I try not to overhype stuff. Keep it fairly professional and try to stay calm. Every now and then we'll have a tornado on our stream. I mean, when there's a tornado like on our stream, I can sometimes get a little excited, but yeah, we try and keep it chill. So definitely like and subscribe and click that bell icon when we go live. We've covered a number of severe weather events in St. Louis already. Area of circulation still showing up here near max. These are some fairly small rural communities, but again, this time of year, they get a little bit more populated with people camping in this area. Not seeing a correlation coefficient drop, so that's a good sign. We are further from the radar site, so that's not 100% that there's not a tornado on the ground. Also some larger hail showing up in this cell, potentially a $half size hail. Yeah, and still behind the convective system here, we still have a new severe thunderstorm warning, destructive warning for 90-mile-an-hour winds, with the heavy rain and precip behind the line of severe thunderstorms. So yeah, there's just tonight. It is just a crazy night where a lot of times we say that strong wind is on the leading edge. Tonight, it's not just on the leading edge; it's back in the precip behind the line of severe storms. As I've gotten used to it, I think I've gotten a little bit calmer, but yeah, every now and then, I mean, and sometimes we do have to hype up a little bit just to get people like aware of like a big tornado coming into a populated area or something like that. So I will change my voice and change my tone if it's something that's like a very, very serious event. Like in St. Louis a couple weeks ago, like my tone changed quite a bit when the tornado was moving through the city of St. Louis. But yeah, definitely like and subscribe, and we post forecast videos. It's a very busy semester this spring, but I got to get back into posting some more forecast videos. I like the little dinosaur things. I love Evan. Why so much severe weather? I mean, it's typical this time of year. We're seeing a lot of weather here going to be in the northern tier the next couple days to a week, just because of that heat dome. It's going to push that jet stream energy into the northern tier here across southern Canada and the Great Lakes. But if that heat dome holds a little bit, that should prevent a lot of severe weather down here in the eastern US for a little while. Looks like that may hold until at least about the end of next week. Like the Wizard of Oz quotes, yeah. We're seeing less of a tornado, basically no tornado threat here in the tornado watch area anymore. So finally, at least the tornado threat is diminished pretty much completely here into western Minnesota and then into North Dakota. I do want to take a look. We have some severe thunderstorms pushing into the UP of Michigan already. This is on that leading edge of that arc of storms. Severe warning storms north of Ashland in Wisconsin along the lake shore, and then back here towards Watersmeet and Boulder Junction on the Minnesota or on the Michigan and Wisconsin state line. 60-mile-an-hour winds, potentially some hail in a couple of those cells. This cell here near Ashland may have a little hail, but that's lifting off into the lake. Yeah, this is a very interesting arc of storms here too. Silver Bay over towards Virginia and Evelyn, where our camera is here up above. Constant lightning almost, with some $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, if you live in this area or if you know some people, it looks like we've had some people on the stream that know some people in this area. You may want to let them know that they're getting one round of storms lifting off to their north. The next, even more severe line of storms is coming in from the west. So it is not over if you're in this area to the north and west of Duluth. And as I say that, we get a new extended considerable threat warning here for Pine River, Emily, over towards Ball Bluff. Who was from Ball Bluff earlier? I Love Tornado, if he's still on. You guys are now under a considerable threat, so I would definitely start to hunker down. Tornado possible tag. Make sure on that low level away from windows. As these storms get a little closer to the Duluth radar, we should get a little bit better look at them again. So that'll be helpful in seeing how severe they are still. Park Rapids down towards New York Mills. Still severe storms ongoing for you guys. And then Fargo. Fargo observed flash flooding. This is a pretty dangerous threat. I've talked about it on other streams too, but flash flooding can cause a lot of serious damage. Can be really dangerous for property, but also life. And it doesn't get the coverage sometimes here on, especially social media and streaming, that it probably should, just because it actually is a very dangerous situation. But it's like 2 inches of rain have fallen. Multiple reports of water rescues and stalled vehicles. So please turn around, don't drown. And I would just kind of hunker down in the Fargo area. If you don't have to go anywhere, if I were there, I would just stay hunkered down. Because again, you do have a field of wind that's coming your way still. Potentially 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. These are being warned for still back here in eastern North Dakota. So potential here again around Hillsboro, Cooperstown, especially north and west of Fargo, towards Grand Rapids, of that serious wind. Hopefully, climatologically, the summer isn't as conducive for tornadoes in St. Louis. Hopefully, you guys get a little bit of a break. And then there's always the second season for tornadoes in the fall that happens in the mid-Mississippi Valley. New tornado warning here. This is going to get extended out for the cell that's around Marcel and Bowstring. It's coming up towards Big Fork. Areas here along the George Washington State Forest, Big Fork State Park, up to Minnesota Highway 1. Again, this is lifting to the north and east. We'll see if this gets towards the Virginia area where our camera is located. There's been a couple tornadoes in the last month or so, south and west of St. Louis too, down towards where is it? Down towards DeSoto, Missouri. They had a couple tornadoes recently touch down there, and they weren't even in tornado watches, I think, a couple of those days. This new tornado warning for Itasca and, oh boy, Koochiching County. Hopefully saying that somewhat correct, but Itasca and Kay County in central Minnesota there. Tornado warning continuing there for, where are they saying this cell is? Near Inger. Again, not a lot of communities out here. There's Inger and Bowstring. This area right in here still being warned here for a decently tight area rotation. And I'm not seeing that correlation coefficient, so we're not seeing the lower values right now. Again, we are further from the radar site, so it's a little bit harder to detect on the correlation coefficient. But yeah, tornadoes on New Year's, Good Friday. Yeah, it's been nasty. Oh, then yeah, you probably had a few more tornadoes than even like downtown St. Louis. If you're out towards DeSoto, you guys had that tornado a couple days even after St. Louis had the tornado downtown. I think there was the one day you guys were like under like 2 or 3 tornado warnings in the couple hours. Good news, this is staying somewhat broad. Still worthy of a tornado warning, but it is staying a little bit more broad than it did earlier. Oh yeah, and Festus had some tornado warnings too. There's also another area of circulation down here south of Bowstring that I'm keeping an eye on. Yeah, down here on the leading edge of this. It's also within that tornado warning, so there's still a couple areas of circulation on those leading edge of storms. And this is working its way towards a more populated area here around Chisholm, Hibbing, Virginia, Evelynth. Here in northern Minnesota, a little bit more populated area here is along Highway 63. 63 or 53? 53. Yeah. Yeah, Sykeston, Cape Girardeau. I think Cape County has had a few tornadoes this spring too. It's been a southeast St. Louis or southeast Missouri has had quite a few this year. More than I think double than the average. And once again, folks, if you know anyone here in this northern part of Minnesota, again, let them know they got severe thunderstorms earlier. There's round 2 coming in now, and round 2 is going to be worse than round 1. Considerable threat to a destructive threat coming in for 90-mile-an-hour winds around the Bemidji, Minnesota area, Grand Rapids, Coleraine, Deep River, and then closing in on areas around Hibbing. Sleeping through the funnel. Did your phone not alert? Did it not go off on your phone? Or did you sleep through the phone alert? Areas around Marcel, Minnesota, and Big Fork. You guys are up next for that severe thunderstorm there with the capable of producing a tornado. Let's go back here and look towards Fargo. Still, the other thing with the flooding threat is there's still thunderstorms here just on the north side of Fargo. So please turn around, don't drown if you're in that Fargo metro. And then, yeah, still seeing a considerable threat here, destructive threat for 100-mile-an-hour winds, potentially here in eastern North Dakota. Ooh, sorry about that. I must have clicked a weird button there. I was just going through all the destructive severe thunderstorms. So these storms here back in North Dakota, not as much lightning with them, but they are still producing 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. And then the other destructive storms here are in Minnesota. Sorry about that. Was I muted for a while or just a minute or two? Yeah, I must have hit a weird button there. Okay, good. I just kind of recapping the current severe warnings. So yeah, still a number of destructive severe thunderstorms. This is going to make its way across this warning or watch area here, across all of northern Minnesota is going to get some type of severe thunderstorm warning. Some good news for anyone that's watching here from North Dakota is they have trimmed the tornado watch. So areas like Bismarck, Jamestown, Ellendale, you guys are all good to go for the evening. A lot of damage here. So a big swath of 70, 80 to 100 mile an hour winds across North Dakota. So hopefully tomorrow should be a little calmer for cleanup, but you are safe for the rest of the evening here from any severe weather. Severe threat is still ongoing here into eastern North Dakota. Again, mostly a damaging wind threat in the complex here with the convective low. It's working its way near Grand Forks, and then that'll be pushing into northern parts of Minnesota. So we should probably get some new warnings in this area here into northwest Minnesota. And again, still back by Bemidji in the heavy rain. There's still a 90 mile an hour destructive severe thunderstorm there. So again, seeing a lot of destructive winds even behind the leading edge of severe thunderstorms. Just a very, very crazy weather night here into Minnesota. Let's put the radar into motion and we'll see here what it looks like. Again, we see this arc of damaging winds here. The destructive severe thunderstorms working to the east, while we have other severe storms working up in an arc to the north and east. So yeah, round number 1 is working up into the northern parts of Minnesota. Round number 2 is back here in central Minnesota. What a crazy, crazy night. Lightning is starting to pick up again here on our traffic camera out of Virginia, Minnesota. And thanks to EarthCam, link in the description, looks like the winds has started to pick up again in Lakota in North Dakota. We're starting to see the wind flap around on the flags here. So yeah, there's still a lot of wind energy with the wind and rain back in North Dakota tonight. Yeah, lightning is definitely starting to pick up again on the traffic cameras out of the Virginia, Minnesota metro. And we can kind of see that here on the reflectivity. There is kind of another round of showers and storms working its way across this area. But the big energy here is this rapidly moving storm about 60 to 70 miles an hour. It's moving to the east. Destructive severe thunderstorm here coming through areas around Grand Rapids. Big Fork, Effie, Polk Gamma Dam, Scenic State Park, Coleraine, Gunn, Hill Annex, Keewatin, and Togo, all in that destructive severe threat. Further south, considerable threat here around areas around Ball Bluff down towards Pine River. And then back towards McGregor. Still all their severe thunderstorms here pushing through New York Mills down to areas here north of Little Falls. And then once again, severe thunderstorms back into North Dakota. Widespread long-duration wind speeds have been greater than 75 miles an hour. The hazard is 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So essentially very similar to a small tropical system here. You don't see that very much here. This is a hazard of 100-mile-an-hour winds in an area that does not have a lot of heavy thunderstorm activity. That's pushing through areas here into North Dakota around Thompson, Hillsboro. It's approaching the Minnesota border here. So areas around Crookston are in line here for the potential for 70 to 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's just absolutely crazy. And yeah, lightning is picking up here on this storm near Hibbing, Virginia, and Evelyn, back towards Coleraine and Grand Rapids. We're also seeing the tornado warning storm near Big Fork and Marcel. Still in here, it's still rotating. A couple areas of rotation. The northern area has seemed to have broadened out a little bit. The southern area is still showing a decent area of rotation. Both of those have not shown any correlation coefficient drop, so we're not seeing any non-meteorological targets showing up. Still, though, tornado warning continues for areas around Big Fork and Marcel. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, definitely have a great night. Stay cool in the St. Louis area. It's going to be hot. Like and subscribe, and we'll catch you on the next one. I'm sure we'll be doing some more coverage for the Missouri as the summer continues. Seeing some rotation pick up in this cell near Hoyt Lakes. So keep an eye on this area here. It's be coming up towards Babbitt. It's the area of rotation. It's the area that swung through this traffic camera here with a lot of lightning just a few minutes ago. But yeah, there's a bit of a hook forming on that cell here around Hoyt Lake. It's more convergence point right now, but we'll keep an eye on that. If it can continue to wrap, that may convert that convergence point to a more concentrated area of rotation. And getting a new scan in here in just a second, so let's keep an eye on that cell. Again, watching our tornadic storm, a couple areas of rotation showing up there. Ooh, the drawing tool just has a mind of its own right now. Draw that. There's those areas of rotation. And starting to watch this area here near Hoyt Lake. Yeah, no CC drops. That's a good sign. Looks like the camera here at Virginia and Evelyn getting a little bit of a break. The strongest storm off to the east, another storm about to move in, so we should see lightning pick up again. And then this camera is on a pretty good track to get some of the worst of this storm. The destructive storm that's back here towards Marcel should be riding up into the Evelyn and Virginia, Minnesota area in the next, about 20 to 30 minutes. They are going to extend out the tornado warning here as the old tornado warning was about to expire. St. Louis County and Itasca counties in Minnesota. It's moving east at 70 miles an hour, and they are adjusting it to what I was mentioning earlier here. A line capable of producing tornadoes along a line. So they are noting, I guess, basically the presence of multiple circulations, rather than the old tornado warning had to focus on the one circulation. But yeah, there's still a couple circulations in here. Areas around Hibbing and Chisholm and Buell need to take your tornado safety plans here up towards Linden Grove and Sturgeon up towards Willow Valley. Everybody here, a little bit more populated areas here in Minnesota and northern Minnesota. This is along Highway 169. If you're along Highway 169 to the west of Virginia, Minnesota, it's time to take your tornado action plan. And then up here along Highway 53. Yeah, Highway 53 towards Willow Valley, north of Virginia, Minnesota. In Virginia, you're not quite in that tornado warning, but if I live there, I would probably start to get my tornado action plan ready. So know where you're going. If you want to start gathering a blanket or pillows, that's a good option. And yeah, the tornado warnings are getting closer to you guys. So I would start to prepare for a tornado if I was in the Evelyn and Virginia, Minnesota area. In addition, you're going to be under the gun for the 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. Getting a new area here near the Hill Annex State Park. That's again moving east at 70 miles an hour. Again, Itasca and St. Louis counties here in north central Minnesota. And it's another area right along the leading edge here. So a couple areas of circulation showing up along the leading edge. The other broader area up to the north there on our screen. But these are all basically moving east-northeast at highway speeds. Tornado warnings here for St. Louis and Itasca counties in Minnesota. We may have lost our Earth cam I haven't lost our Earth cam, but it appears to be frozen with the heavy rain and wind still affecting areas in eastern North Dakota. And just, yeah, it looks frozen here. So if something happened to our Earth cam, again, this area is not in a typical severe thunderstorm warning, but that eastern North Dakota area is under the gun for some 70+ mile-an-hour winds up to about 100 mile-an-hour gusts. Right now, these are our two tornado warnings. Again, Itasca and St. Louis counties in Minnesota. Let's go back here and just take a look at our storm system over here in the Dakotas. Yeah, and we're still seeing a very big field of wind. Multiple power lines down, tree limbs down. I think we're going to get many more tree and power line reports out of this area. I'm just going to reload the radar because sometimes we get a, if I reload the radar, we can sometimes get the latest storm reports. I haven't seen too many storm reports coming in out of Fargo, so that's an interesting note so far. It may be because just there's so much wind and rain still happening here in eastern North Dakota that people aren't coming out, which would be a good thing because there's just a massive amount of wind still showing up in this. Really close to the radar site, and we're still seeing 70s to 80s. And the heavy precip, that means that wind energy is likely transitioning to the ground here with the heavy precip. That's drawing some of that wind energy all the way to the ground, and we're seeing a very low level here close to the radar site. So probably checking out destructive severe thunderstorm, potentially 75-mile-an-hour widespread wind damage with wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour. Those severe storms are now into northern and central parts of Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm warning north of Alexandria, Minnesota, up towards areas here around Atkin and then Grand Rapids. We pick up a destructive severe thunderstorm, potentially with 90-mile-an-hour winds, pushing through the Grand Rapids area. That's going to be closing in on Hibbing, Keewatin, and then Virginia and Evelyn, also Chisholm and Buell. Again, tornado warnings continue here. We have a couple areas of circulation showing up on this leading edge. But again, beyond the tornado chances, you have 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds potentially in these storms. They're pushing towards Willow Valley, Linden Grove, Sturgeon, Virginia, and Evelyn are going to be up next. Other dangerous storms here in northern Minnesota. Still quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds from Hoyt Lakes and Babbitt over towards areas here along the lakeshore around Silver Bay. And then those line of storms crosses Lake Superior. We have severe thunderstorms continuing here in the northern portions of the UP around, let's see, north and east of Ironwood, Michigan. Potentially some larger hail over the open waters of Lake Superior. We'll have to see, those storms may skirt the coastline. They may get over towards the Houghton and the peninsula there in the UP. And again, severe storms pushing into Ely, Minnesota. Still severe warning storms currently in Virginia, Minnesota. But you have to really pay attention to the destructive storms that are behind you. Round 2 is closing in fast with tornado warnings and some destructive winds all the way back through Grand Rapids, Deep River, potentially back towards Bemidji, still seeing some pretty gusty winds. And Bemidji, multiple reports of power flashes, trees down, damage to homes. Winds were estimated 80 miles an hour a little bit ago. It's about an hour ago when we did have the tornado warning around the Bemidji metro, but those could easily be 80-mile-an-hour severe wind gusts and not tornadic damage. Backing out a little bit, we can see the convective system and the mesoscale low here that's formed. Lightning should be picking up on this Minnesota camera too. But yeah, it almost looks like a tropical system, just the way it's so wound up. The center of that low would be basically over the Red River Valley, just south of Grand Forks, west of Crookston. You can see it's wrapping moisture back into it. Look at even like the bands here, pulling those storms in northern North Dakota back in towards this. And then the heavy wind is likely just over this low and just to the east of the low. So right in this area, coming towards Crookston, Minnesota. Tornado warnings continue for Itasca and St. Louis counties. We're getting into the 2 o'clock hour in the central time zone, 3 o'clock on the eastern time zone. So this is an overnight threat here, a very dangerous situation. The risk always increases when you have overnight severe threat. And yeah, we are continuing with a very serious severe threat here in the northern plains. A large, considerable threat severe thunderstorm is going to cover most of northern and northeast Minnesota. This is going to be for Itasca, Attican, Kuching, St. Louis, and Lake counties in northeast Minnesota. So again, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Could even see some gusts higher than the 70s. This storm is pushing into areas here around Hibbing, Chisholm, Buell, Keewatin, and then closing in on areas here, a little more populated areas, Evelyn and Virginia, Minnesota. Tornado warning continues Willow Valley, Linden Grove, Sturgeon, down to areas here to the areas around Coleraine, north and east of Grand Rapids. Not seeing as much tight circulations right now. A couple circulations here on the leading edge around Keewatin, basically riding up Highway 169. And then that northern circulation has really backed off some, so that's a good sign there. Still tornado warning continues, though. Willow Valley up towards Linden Grove. It's good to stay hunkered down just with the amount of wind energy in these storms beyond the immediate tornado threat. Severe thunderstorm, considerable threat, also extending down here towards areas around Crosby, McGregor, and Floodwood. Those storms are more in line for the areas that are going to affect Duluth, Minnesota in the next, about an hour or so. And then we do have strong storms here in the UP of Michigan. Severe thunderstorms continuing south and west of Houghton, Michigan. Some quarter-size hail and some gusty winds potentially in these storms. Those also stretch across into a area around Ely, Minnesota. Considerable threat as well there for gusty winds, especially now south and east of Hoyt Lakes, Minnesota. We'll keep an eye on that one. That storm has had some circulation at times as well, so we'll keep an eye, make sure that doesn't tighten up anytime soon. And then back here we have the destructive severe thunderstorms around the low pressure, the mesoscale convective low right along the Red River south of Grand Forks. Again, potentially destructive storms still for Norman, Polk, Grand Forks, Cass, Trail, Griggs, Barnes, and Steele counties in North Dakota and Minnesota. Potentially up to 100-mile-an-hour gusts. Sensors here along the Red River Valley reported gusts in excess of 90 miles an hour. There was also a report earlier of long-duration 75-mile-an-hour winds. So this is going to continue here to work its way towards Crookston, Minnesota, and then areas here along Highway 75. towards Shelley, Caledonia, Anthony, and then back towards areas around Lockhart, possibly east of Crookston on Highway 2 towards Erskine. Yeah, this is just a very nasty night, a very dangerous setup still ongoing here along the Red River Valley. And then back here into Minnesota, we still go with our tornado warn storms. New considerable threat severe thunderstorm is going to stretch out into the Duluth metro. So we are going to get a new severe thunderstorm, Itasca, Attican, Cass, Pine, St. Louis, Carlton, Crow Wing, and Lake counties in central and northeast Minnesota. Moving east at 55, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, and penny-sized hail are the primary threats there. That does include Duluth and Hermantown, Grand Lake, Carlton, Cloquet, down towards Moose Lake, and then back towards Bay Lake, Farm Island, Sylvan, up towards McGregor. Yeah, just a very large area of northern Minnesota under the gun for some severe weather. The last couple scans does show a little bit of tightening here with the circulation along Highway 169 coming towards the Hibbing area. Not seeing a correlation coefficient drop with that, but be careful of this one. Hibbing up to Chisholm, and then over towards Buell, towards Mountain Iron, and then over towards Sturgeon, Linden Grove, and Willow Valley. This camera is looking towards those storms, so we should be seeing the lightning pick up again on this camera here, thanks to the Minnesota DOT Minnesota 511. And then also watching the still rain. It does appear to be lightening up a little bit, but still gusty winds. We can see the flag is whipping around still here in Lakota, North Dakota. And actually the flag and rain is starting to blow again in the wind. So another big gust of wind. You can see it on the trees too a little bit in the background. Just a very dangerous night still in North Dakota, with the potential there for 90-mile-an-hour winds. In eastern North Dakota still, that's going to be pushing into areas here into Minnesota around Crookston. At least on our Earth cam here in downtown Lakota, the power has stayed on. I did think about that a little bit ago. And yeah, still seeing the wind energy pick up here around Hoyt Lake. So we do have to watch that storm too. That storm is pushing towards Fairbanks and Isabella, Minnesota. Crazy night here in the northern Midwest and now into the western Great Lakes. Yeah, still seeing a circulation tighten up a little bit here south of Hibbing. Definitely want to keep our eye on this one. This is closing in on the areas here around Virginia and Midway and Evelyn, Minnesota as well. And again, areas around Grand Forks, Crookston, down towards Hillsboro, potentially still 70 to 90-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado threat pretty minimal here along the Red River Valley. So I would expect they'll trim more of this off, but they'll probably wait till this system ejects off to the east. Just a crazy night for severe weather. Everybody outside the tornado warnings, I'm hoping, is taking these seriously, because these are not just general thunderstorm warnings. These are, again, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for 90-mile-an-hour winds. And then over here in Minnesota now, 70-mile-an-hour winds to maybe even pushing 80 is a pretty good bet for most of these storms. So the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have ongoing are really, really nasty severe thunderstorms. Again, Norman County, Minnesota, Polk County, Minnesota, and then Trail, Cass, Steele, Grand Forks, and Barnes counties in North Dakota. 100-mile-an-hour winds potentially there. 100-mile-an-hour winds as a destructive severe thunderstorm. Considerable threat for St. Louis, Lake, Koochiching, and Itasca counties. Considerable threat also for Attican, Crow Wing, Cass, Carlton, and St. Louis counties in Minnesota. 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible tag along those storms. And then we have a couple general thunderstorms with some small hail and gusty winds in areas around Houghton, Michigan. These storms are pushing to the east-northeast, so they are going to ride up the peninsula there towards Houghton. And then likely this will be around 2 here. So everywhere that got severe storms around Ashland up towards Houghton, Michigan, your round 2 is way back here still in Duluth. So that's going to be still working its way across this area. Yeah, if you've got severe storms already, the main event here is still back into Minnesota. Let's continue to watch this tightening area of rotation just south of Hibbing, Minnesota. It's kind of maintained itself. It hasn't retightened much more than it did on the last scan or two. But continuing the tornado warning there for Keewatin, Hibbing, Chisholm, Buell, and south and west of Virginia and Evelyn, Minnesota. That's in St. Louis and Itasca counties. The other storm radar indicated tornado warning coming towards Willow Valley, Linden Grove, and Sturgeon. Areas there along Highway 53 north of Virginia. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space here. The good news is this area has broadened as it's worked its way north and east around the Sturgeon and Linden Grove area. Not seeing as much of a tornado risk in that storm right now. This storm still, though, showing a potential here south of Hibbing. Yeah, this is basically riding along US 169 right now. So continue to take your tornado safety measures here in these tornado warnings. And again, beyond the tornado threat, there's the threat for destructive winds, potentially 70 to even 80 miles an hour. And the wind has really picked up again on our camera here out of North Dakota. The flags and the trees are going crazy again. So that's showing you the destructive wind potential still back here in North Dakota. And yeah, they are going to extend a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning out for areas here. Crookston, Red Lake Falls, Thief River Falls, back towards areas like Bagley, McIntosh, Fertile, Minnesota, Beltrami. Everywhere in this new warning, you want to treat this pretty similar to a tornado warning. You want to be in a sturdy structure, lowest level, interior room. Make sure you don't have skylights above you. Make sure you're away from the windows, because this is a destructive severe thunderstorm. Not a lot of lightning in it, but heavy rain and the potential here for some long duration 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah, it's been a very, very nasty night here. The warning behind it had a note. I believe there was a 90-mile-an-hour gust reported at a weather station along the Red River Valley here, south of Grand Forks. So This storm has had verification of some very damaging winds. Again, it's kind of this mesoscale low that's basically sitting here along the Red River Valley, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So this is going to come through areas here around Crookston, Thief River Falls. Comparable to a tropical system, a small tropical storm or hurricane in an area that does not get that type of weather. So some of these people may have not dealt with this type of weather situation. It's going to be a fairly long duration severe weather event where there's gusts to 70 to 80 miles an hour. Then it kind of slacks off a little bit, maybe stays in that 40 to 50 mile an hour range, and then another big gust. So it's a very variable environment here of the wind gusts. It's not the typical straight line winds on the leading edge of a squall line. And yeah, we can see that still wind gusts blowing around in the Lakota area. Let's go back to our tornado warnings in Itasca and St. Louis counties in Minnesota. Still seeing some circulation in here, although it's a bit more of a shear line. At least in general in that storm, we can see it's kind of like straight up and down here across the radar presentation. However, in the reflectivity, there is still this notch down in here. So I think this southern circulation has the better chance to produce a tornado here in the short term. It does look like the northern circulation has slacked off quite significantly. We'll continue to watch this as it works its way into the Virginia and Evelyn, Minnesota areas. Fairly higher populated area in northern Minnesota, so higher populations than what we've been working with. Most of the last 40 minutes or so of this tornado warning has been in areas that are fairly low populated. Yeah, check that out. The trees are still blowing pretty good. That's potentially 30, 40 mile an hour wind gust just by looking at it. And then we should see the lightning start to pick up on this camera here out of Evelyn, Minnesota. We have other severe storms working through northeast Minnesota around Babbitt, down towards Fairbanks. Still potentially some gusty winds in that, maybe some small hail. And then back here into the UP of Michigan, we have some gusty thunderstorms, potentially also some small hail in those. They're now working their way between Ironwood and Houghton, Michigan. Severe thunderstorms with 60 mile an hour winds. And then considerable threat through the Duluth metro. We're watching those storms here back towards McGregor, Floodwood, areas around Emily, Pine River, down towards areas around Sylvan, Minnesota. Those are going to be working their way towards the Duluth metro in the next hour or so. Moving east at 55 miles an hour. It's going to put it into Duluth. Let's see here. McGregor, about 22 minutes. And then areas like Cloquet, Minnesota, about 36. Grand Lake, Minnesota, 35. Proctor, Minnesota, about 50. And Duluth, about 53 minutes. So within the 2 o'clock hour, maybe right around 3 o'clock in the morning, you should be getting the severe storms here in the Duluth metro. So once again, this is a dangerous overnight threat. Overnight severe threat with damaging winds, destructive wind potentially, and then also a few tornadoes. Yeah, Yeah, this is starting to kind of shear out here. It's more of an outflow dominant surge here than a tornadic circulation. Watching a little bit here also near Bassett. So we'll keep our eye on that little notch as well. And good news here, they have dropped that tornado warning. So that's good news. I would concur with that the circulation has minimized. Still a pretty distinct line of wind here, and as we're getting closer to the Duluth radar, we can start to get a sense of these winds again. Not all this wind energy is reaching the ground yet. We're still pretty far from the radar site, but if we're seeing winds here 80s to low 90s and 75 to 80% of that wind energy is reaching the ground, that's going to be in that 60s to 70s range. So that checks out pretty good, since we're still a decent distance from the radar site. And then back here under this mesoscale low, we can check the winds pretty easy here, since we're still right around the radar site. 60s to 70s, still showing up very close to the radar site, so would not be surprised here if there's still wind gusts in that 60 to 70 to maybe 80 mile an hour range, like the destructive severe storm threat says it is. Just a very weird wrapped up system. Okay, had to cough there for a second. So we're back. Yeah, good news, no tornado warning right now. I may have to adjust the the stream tag, but let's see here. But we do have destructive severe thunderstorms working their way across northern Minnesota and also the extreme now eastern portions of North Dakota. All right, so we'll reset that title since we've lost the tornado warnings right now. But yeah, if you're just joining us, severe thunderstorms continuing here in northern Minnesota and extreme now eastern portions of North Dakota. Destructive threat, still a potential for gusts to 100 miles an hour. Norman and Polk counties in Minnesota. And then Trail, Cass, Steele, Grand Forks, and Barnes counties in North Dakota. That extends with 80 mile an hour gusts potentially here. Red Lake, Pennington, Polk, Mahanomen, Clearwater, and Norman counties in Minnesota. And then considerable threats continuing here into northeast Minnesota, including the Duluth Metro, now in a considerable threat severe thunderstorm, St. Louis, Lake, Koochiching, and Itasca counties, Attican, Crow Wing, Cass, Carlton, and St. Louis counties here in Minnesota, all under considerable threat for 70 mile an hour winds. We've seen a couple tornado circulations with warnings at times between Bemidji and Hibbing, Minnesota. Should start to lose that tornado threat as these storms continue to work towards Lake Superior. There still is some broad circulation showing up here between Hibbing and Evelyn, so we'll keep our eye on that. But yeah, this should be transitioning to mostly a damaging wind threat here into northeast Minnesota, and then also transitioning into a damaging wind threat across portions of Wisconsin, the northernmost counties in Wisconsin, as well as areas here into the UP of Michigan. So areas that have had a couple storms already that have gone severe, and that's lifting to the north and east. Round 2 is back here, and that's going to be working east across the Lake Superior shoreline. Oh, the camera here is showing a pretty distinct shelf cloud on the camera at Evelyn here when the lightning is flashing. So yeah, this severe thunderstorm is working towards this camera. Should be into the Evelyn and Virginia, Minnesota area here in the next couple minutes. Also a flash flood threat here continuing for 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour. Yeah, still seeing a little bit of circulation. It's not tornadic though right now, so that's a good sign. But yeah, likely that lightning is picking up on the leading edge of this shelf cloud here. Again, this is where you're going to have the leading edge of 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that does extend back behind the leading edge of heavy precip. This camera's going to go downhill pretty quickly here. And again, another severe thunderstorm still out in front. This is around Ely, Minnesota, closing in on Silver Bay. But primarily we're watching this arc of damaging winds from north of 53, north of Virginia and Evelyn, arcing down here towards Farm Island. And that leading edge of the heavy rain and wind will be pushing towards the Duluth metro here within the hour. And again, still don't want to downplay back here along the Red River. Potentially 80-mile-an-hour gusts around Crookston, down to Hillsboro, and areas around Grand Forks, Thief River Falls, closing in on areas like Bagley and Red Lake. You can see the motion of that mesoscale low, working basically centered over Crookston. What's left of the system that was causing the derecho in the Dakotas still producing its own damaging wind. Very localized low pressure there. But the main storm energy has shifted across portions of central and eastern northern Minnesota, then a little bit of a convective band stretching down into now the UP of Michigan. Getting a new severe thunderstorm warning here for areas around Iron River, Michigan. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That quarter-size hail would be in here near Highway 2 to the west of Iron River. Yeah, there's several storms here in western Michigan and in the western UP around Lance. And then coming up towards Houghton. Potentially some quarters in there. This sells well, could have some quarters, maybe even a $50 size hail or two in that cell. And then that wind energy is right about knocking on the door of Virginia and Evelyn here, so we should be able to see that on our camera here starting to pick up in intensity. The lightning has definitely picked up. And I mean, it's 2:30 almost in the morning, so I guess that's normal, but I am happy to see there's not many people on the roads here in this Virginia and Evelyn area. But yeah, the lightning has definitely picked up. Some good news now, for the first time on really since our stream started, we don't have any destructive severe thunderstorms. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Yeah, for the first time, we don't have any destructive severe thunderstorms. Still a number of considerable threats. But yeah, they have backed off the destructive tag as the it's slowly starting to weaken, this little mesoscale low, but still producing up to 70 mile an hour winds. Earlier it was in the gusts to 90 to 100. And we are seeing that too here kind of confirm on our Earth cam out of Lakota, North Dakota. The wind has decreased here on our camera here. The trees are pretty still. The flag is kind of flopping around, but not like it was earlier. So it does look like in North Dakota, the wind energy is diminishing. Finally. And that wind energy is now picking up here on our Evelyn camera. You can start to see it is pretty gusty now as we're starting to get into the rain here too. So once again, considerable threat, severe thunderstorms from Ely, Minnesota, working down towards Babbitt, Isabella, down towards Fairbanks, and closing in on Silver Creek. The other line of considerable threat storms, Virginia and Evelyn, Minnesota. They're now through Hibbing, down towards Elmer, Floodwood, and then down towards McGregor, Palisade, Kimberly, down towards Bay Lake and Farm Island. New report about 15 minutes ago from Crow Wing, Minnesota, 61 mile an hour gusts there. Bemidji earlier had 80 mile an hour winds with reports of multiple trees down, power flashes, house damage. So not a good night here across northern Minnesota. And unfortunately for areas like Bemidji, you guys may get into some of that wind energy here across northern Minnesota with this local mesoscale low. Crookston up to Thief River Falls, probably eventually continuing out towards Red Lake. Yeah, the camera is starting to shake now, and you can see the wind, the rain really blowing across the bridge there. We're looking to the southwest, so that wind is coming towards our camera position. Yeah, that is a nasty line of storm still. Severe storms continuing here across northern Minnesota, Ely, Virginia, Hibbing, down towards Farm Island. This is well north of the Twin Cities, and it does not look like that severe weather is going to get down into the Twin Cities. Potentially some gusty winds Maybe a gusty shower from this trailing line. And you can see a little bit of an outflow boundary here surging out. That could make its way down towards especially the northern suburbs of the Twin Cities, but likely not severe. Just maybe some gusty winds. Earlier into North Dakota, we had a number of tornado warnings, number of confirmed PDS tornadoes. A couple of those appear to be fairly significant tornadoes, so we'll have to see when they get rated by the National Weather Service office there. But just based on the visuals of the videos and pictures that came in from those, I can fairly confidently say those are pretty significant tornadoes. And look at the wind energy on that camera there out of Minnesota DOT, Minnesota 511. We also had 100-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. 101 was reported in Emmons County. Areas around Bismarck saw 80-mile-an-hour winds. 82 on the Highway 94 bridge. I think we had 78 also showing up here at a weather station. So yeah, Bismarck, a big swath of North Dakota today had 70s to 100-mile-an-hour gusts. It looks like low 70s was basically the baseline. 89-mile-an-hour gusts here in Stutzman County. Yeah, so it's been a very, very nasty night across North Dakota. We continue to watch the destructive or now considerable threat against that low pressure there from Crookston up to Thief River Falls, likely towards Red Lake here in a little while. And then look at that car wash going on that bridge there in Virginia, Minnesota. Yeah, that leading edge of the wind is now pushing through Evelyn down along Highway 53. It's going to be closing in on areas around Cotton. And then fairly quickly towards Grand Lake. Along Highway 2, it's out towards Floodwood, Minnesota right now. Those storms are roughly about 25 to 26 miles to the west of Duluth. So they should be in Duluth at about 3 o'clock. Like 2:50, 2:55 in the morning to about 3 o'clock. And that's basically the camera above me here. That's basically what you can expect in the Duluth metro. So if you're out and about right now in Duluth, it's pretty late at night. But if you can get to your sturdy structure here in the next 20 minutes or so, that's going to be your best bet. Because you do not want to be out driving in that kind of weather. Yeah, so those heavy winds now are coming towards Aurora, Hoyt Lakes. You're up next here for that line of destructive severe thunderstorms. Still some ongoing strong storms back here towards Park Rapids. This mesoscale low still has enough energy here, and it's helping to add some lift in basically some convergence bands here. So we've seen some new development of storms back here towards Bagley, south of Bemidji. I wouldn't be shocked if we got a severe warning on a couple of these storms, especially if they continue to upscale. They could tap some of that wind energy and translate some wind energy to the ground. And those are lifting more towards the north, so back towards Bowstring, Deer River. You guys may have another round of some pretty strong storms. It looks like lightning has come up in those too in the last little bit. Very interesting weather dynamics today across, or this evening here, across parts of the northern plains and into the northern Great Lakes. And still watching some strong to severe storms across the UP of Michigan. Again, this is round one. It's going to continue to lift towards the northeast, but we have to watch those storms that are back here in Minnesota, west of Duluth. This is going to be round two, and it's going to be working its way to the east across areas here into the UP and also parts of northern Wisconsin. What a night. I can't remember I've seen a time when the convective system was so tightly wrapped up like that. Still a couple areas of some weak rotation in this cell near Evelyn and approaching Hoyt Lakes. Let's just check that again. Not seeing it as much though on the velocity scan. There's a couple notches still in here that were tornado warned earlier, but yeah, it doesn't appear to be imminently tornadic, so that's one good thing. There still is a tornado possible tag on the cell, but I think that's more just precautionary since we've had a history of some tornadic circulations. Seems to be a slight downtrending just in the last couple scans, and not quite seeing as much of the wind energy here closer to the radar site. So close to the radar site out of Grand Lake and Hermantown, we're seeing some 60s showing up, 62, 63. And we're close enough to the radar site where likely that is transitioning to the ground level here. But yeah, we're not seeing some of those 70s and 80s. Check these storms out here that have gone up around Park Rapids. Again, keeping an eye on these storms, they may trigger some severe warnings. From areas around Park Rapids up towards Walker and Cass Lake. Still a lot of wind energy back here. Considerable threat ongoing here. Thief River Falls, Red Lake, and then back towards Crookston, and even across into areas around Grand Forks. Looks like they'll probably drop this warning here in about 6 minutes for areas around Hillsboro. But I think we're finally reducing the severe weather threat in the Dakotas here. So this should be the end of that severe threat into the Dakotas. Yeah, it's interesting. This little mesoscale low still triggering some new development here for storms out in Bemidji, still wrapping some moisture and even some scattered storms into the Canadian prairies. That's going to continue to lift towards International Falls. That even if it's not severe by then, that's going to at least bring some gusty winds to areas here from Red Lake over towards International Falls. There could be a corridor of non-severe wind, even like 40, 50 mile an hour winds. This is slowly starting to weaken, but it's not weakening quick enough where it's going to just die out. So yeah, likely a core of at least 40 to 50 mile an hour winds coming towards International Falls. And then, yeah, our strongest storms right now are the this arc of storms here now east of Virginia and Evelyn, coming through areas here towards Duluth. Much calmer now here into North Dakota, and that seems to be transitioning here on our Earth cam. The flag is calm now in the Lakota, so that's a good sign as well. Seeing if we have any new cameras in that area that may help us to identify some of those storms coming towards the Duluth area. Well, let's see. All right, here we go. We'll keep an eye on this one. This is just in the Duluth metro, looking basically west. The lightning energy has come down. I was looking for some lightning, actually. That's a good sign. That means these storms are starting to downtrend. The more concentrated area lightning is that stronger cell now to the east of Evelyn. Despite the lack of lightning, though, now these storms do have a lot of wind energy, so they are going to reach Duluth with likely severe winds. Continuing a lot of lightning in this arc of storms here across Lake Superior. It'll be a rough night out on the lake, especially for any of those the vessels, because this is a pretty good arc of storms. It is being warned as special marine warnings. The strongest storms look like they're staying offshore, but some of this cell could potentially reach areas around Houghton with some larger hail. There's some decent hail showing up in this cell, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of this coastal area gets a severe thunderstorm warning if that cell continues to ride along the coast. But we'll continue to see if that brings a severe threat towards areas here in northern Michigan. Yeah, Duluth, Minnesota, you guys are up next here for severe weather. Also around Hoyt Lake. Take a look here at the velocity scans, and the velocities have come down, so that is a good sign. And again, yeah, not seeing that wind energy as much here as we're getting closer to the radar site. We're not seeing those brighter greens and blue colors coming through Grand Lake. So that is a good sign that this is starting to reduce in some intensity here as this is coming into the Duluth metro, but still a considerable threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds potentially, although I think we're starting to lose some of that energy here. I think instead of at least consistent 70-mile-an-hour gusts, it may be more in that 50 to 60 range with a gust or two every now and then up to 70. But these are going to be a couple minutes here towards the Duluth metro. I think I was saying around 3 o'clock, and they're probably about on track. Yeah, they're roughly about 15 minutes away from Duluth, so that checks out. And again, still watching some development back closer to that mesoscale low. Would not be shocked if we got a severe warning or two out of those storms. A little feisty towards Park Rapids. And then still watching a considerable threat here around this low. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for around Thief River Falls, Crookston, possibly up towards Red Lake with some gusts up to 70 miles an hour. So it's been a rough night across the Dakotas. For North Dakota, your severe threat is almost done. It's pretty much minimal. I would guess they're going to cancel most of this tornado watch here in the next little bit. So areas around Lakota, Devil's Lake, they got hammered pretty hard earlier. Should be much clearer. If you have a safe spot to tuck in for the rest of the night, you should be good to go for severe weather. So areas around Fargo, turn around, don't drown. We have observed flooding still ongoing in the Fargo metro. 1 to 2 inches of rain have already fallen. So flash flooding was occurring with water rescues in the Fargo area. Cars flooded out. We're going to see that probably that extend out a little bit. It looks like a new flash flood warning extends out north of Fargo. So wouldn't be surprised if some of that stretches into areas here in northern Minnesota, and especially in these rural areas. You definitely want to turn around, don't drown, because honestly, rescue may be fairly far away. And then we still have this considerable threat, severe thunderstorm working through northern Minnesota. This is, I think, the strongest storm here in the country right now. The portion of the storm now east of Virginia, approaching areas around Hoyt Lake. Also pretty good storms here in the far northern parts of Minnesota, around Isabella, down towards areas around Schroeder. Yeah, Schroeder. But this cell right here around Hoyt Lake, that may be the focus point for some severe winds, potentially still in that. It's going to be making its way towards Isabella again, towards Silver Bay. So potentially, again, a couple gusts to 70, still potentially in that storm. And then Duluth, these storms are very quickly knocking on your back door. They're around Grand Lake and Cloquet, Minnesota right now, approaching areas like Carlton here along I-35. And then very quickly going to be in areas like Proctor and Hermantown, closing in on the radar site here. And yeah, I think we're losing a lot of those severe gusts. We're seeing a lot less of those bright greens and the blue colors. We're seeing more of those gusts into the 40s and 50s rather than the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And then Duluth, it looks like a fairly minimal tornado threat. I'm also seeing here now that we're close to the radar site, a bit of an outflow boundary just starting to develop on these storms. These are outflow dominant storms. So if the storms really need to tap that inflow to cause that localized rotation, and with this outflow here undercutting that, there's really minimal chance to basically no chance of a tornado coming through the Duluth area here in the next little bit. So good signs there. We're really losing that tornado potential here as these storms work their way towards the areas around Lake Superior. anyone's just joining us, we're following a really high-end severe weather event across North Dakota this afternoon and evening. A likely derecho with over 100-mile-an-hour winds crossed through North Dakota. Potentially a few significant tornadoes earlier, especially focused into southeast North Dakota. That mesoscale low is still working its way through areas around Thief River Falls. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts still potentially in this area from Crookston over towards Red Lake. And then we're following the storms out ahead of that low. Still focused in here on northeast Minnesota right now, with a couple considerable threat warnings around the Duluth area up towards Ely, Virginia, and Hibbing, Minnesota. And again, there's potential for some severe gusts behind the line of storms too. So this is a bit of a longer duration wind event, at least into northern Minnesota. And then also we have this arc of strong storms, sometimes severe, that works out from areas around Ely all the way down into the UP of Michigan. Still a severe warning here around Iron River for some small hail and gusty winds. Most of that strongest part of the storm is just north of Iron River into some really low populated areas. Right now, those severe storms are about into one of the higher populated areas here in this part of the country. They're into the Duluth and Superior, Wisconsin metro. And we should start to see some storm activity here on our cameras. Although the lightning has really significantly gone down. And the wind energy has finally calmed down here in North Dakota. So we are seeing, thanks to EarthCam, a much calmer scene here in Lakota. This may be a little bit better camera position here. This is right on the Duluth Harbor, it looks like. But yeah, not seeing a lot of lightning energy like we did earlier, so that's a decent sign that the storms are reducing in their intensity as well. And yeah, not seeing much rotation anymore in that storm. This part of the line was tornado warned earlier back towards Hibbing and Chisholm, and all the way back into areas around Bemidji, Minnesota. But we're really losing some of those areas of rotation too, so that's a good sign. And a new severe thunderstorm warning is coming out here for northern parts of Minnesota, as well as into areas here around Superior, all the way back into areas here around Port Wing, Cloverland, and all the way up towards areas like Red Cliff on the Wisconsin side of things. And this pretty much checks out to what I was just saying here too. It's going to replace those. Yeah, it's going to replace those considerable threat storms that are expiring in about 7 minutes. So they'll let those considerable threat warnings expire, and then a new, just general severe thunderstorm warning for some small hail and gusty winds is going to continue. It's a very good sign. This band of storms that's working to the north and east may make its way up into Thunder Bay, Ontario. So any with friends up in our Canadian neighbors here, you guys may get into some pretty strong storms later this evening too. I shouldn't say evening, it's overnight for sure. Later this morning, since we're overnight Saturday. And yeah, you can see it on our screen here. As most of the country bakes in heat, Glacier National Park is under a winter storm warning over the weekend. Possibly a foot or more of snow up in the highest elevations of the Rockies in Montana. So very interesting. These storms are pushing into Hermantown, Proctor, Carlton, and Moose Lake. They're very quickly going to be onto our camera here in the immediate Duluth metro. You can see the difference here. It's very dry roads out in front, but it very quickly goes downhill here, and we've seen that camera change like this a couple times where storms close in and all of a sudden you're in a car wash. So we should be seeing that again here soon. Down towards Moose Lake, that severe warning continues. But yeah, this is a outflow dominant system now. It looks like coming through Duluth, so that should reduce some of that severity. And anyone in the Twin Cities are quiet tonight, so nothing going on severe weather-wise. You may get some gusts just out of that outflow boundary that's kind of working its way through St. Cloud. So by the time it gets to the Twin Cities, though, it's not going to be much, just maybe a little bit breezy. And then we are still dealing with that considerable threat back here. This is expiring in about 4 minutes too, so we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what they do with this. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this continues even non-severe as maybe a special weather statement, 40, 50 mile an hour winds. I think potentially you could get 40 to 50 mile an hour winds all the way into areas like International Falls later this evening or overnight. So our camera is starting to shake a little bit here as we're getting into the leading edge of that wind. I can check that. Hi, Logan. Bassett and Fairbanks. Yeah, this was that area of the storm I was watching earlier. Maybe a little bit, but it's not imminently tornadic here. That is going to be the probably the strongest part of the storm. So the best chance of getting a higher wind gust would be this part of the storm. It still doesn't look imminently tornadic, and that's the other thing here is they are replacing that the considerable threat tornado possible warning. Oops, clicked on the wrong one. The tornado possible warning is also getting replaced with a general severe thunderstorm warning. So that checks out that the National Weather Service doesn't think that's imminently tornadic either. Put the radar into motion and just double check everything. Yeah, we can see that wind field really come down the last couple scans. Those brighter greens and blues really lacking there. Logan, I'd still hunker down here for the next few minutes. Make sure you're away from doors and windows and no skylights above you. But yeah, minimal tornado threat here. As these storms close in on Lake Superior, that should reduce to almost zero. So we just saw, I think, the wind gusts here on this camera. That was bobbling up and down a little bit. It's just out ahead of the heavy rains. That also checks out these storms are a little bit outflow dominant here. And I believe we can see the heavy rain. It's starting to look a little foggy on those highway lights. So the rain should be hitting this camera in just about 30 seconds to a minute here. But yeah, there was definitely not as much wind as we've seen on the cameras earlier around Virginia and Evelyn and back towards Fargo and into North Dakota. So some good news here in northern Minnesota. Still taking a look at this storm again. If there's any rotation, it's just right in this area here. It'd be south of Fairbanks. And that checks out. That's where there's a little bit of notching in here. But it doesn't appear to be strengthening at all. If anything, that's more leftover rotation than re-strengthening rotation. Here comes the rain in the camera here on thanks to Minnesota DOT. Severe storms still ongoing here. Hermantown, Grand Lake, into Duluth here, into downtown Duluth, and then along I-35 from Carlton down towards Moose Lake. Still a nasty drive, and you can see that outflow boundary also showing up here on the reflectivity. So again, good sign there that these are outflow dominant storms. And then here's the other bit of good news. They have replaced that expired considerable threat tag with the mesoscale low near Thief River Falls. They have replaced that with a general severe thunderstorm warning. I'm actually surprised they haven't put any special weather statements out for 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. But that would be possible here. Again, if you're in northern parts of Minnesota, up towards International Falls, I think it's going to be a windy overnight and windy morning. But that low pressure does seem to be downscaling as well. And 3 o'clock. Good news at 3 o'clock. The 3 o'clock update has been pretty good news. They have canceled the tornado warning, or it's tornado watch. So all of North Dakota, you guys are clear of the tornado watch. Areas here in western Minnesota, you guys are also clear of that tornado watch. So yeah, I think our tornado threat is going to be very minimal the rest of the evening. A couple more storms, still severe on this line of storms that's out in front, including down here towards areas here north of Green Bay, around Beaver, Wisconsin, around Porterville. Some quarter-size hail potentially in that storm. Yeah, we could see a few severe warnings out of these storms here and into the UP of Michigan. And the gusts seem to be coming down. We're seeing that sharp edge of the leading edge is reducing as well, so that's a good sign. This is going to continue the rest of the evening here and into the morning. And we should have a new... Yeah, we do have a new update here. This is now the day 1 severe risk. As this convective system works its way across northern Minnesota and the northern UP of Michigan, this energy will continue to slide south and east over the morning. A slight risk is out here for the UP of Michigan, the northern lower peninsula of Michigan, really southern Ontario, also under the threat for some severe weather, and then also even into western New York, into the upstate New York. Potentially by tomorrow afternoon could see some of this. Models have been mixed, at least earlier today, whether this convective system maintains as a convective system the whole way across this risk area. Other models have it kind of dying out as it gets through Michigan, and then kind of an outflow boundary reinvigorating some storms out ahead of that. So it honestly could be kind of a mix. Some of this could continue their whole way through, and then other parts will slowly die out, but spark new development. So tomorrow, or later today, I should say, Saturday, the risk is a slight risk here. 2% risk across the parts of Michigan into the western parts of New York for tornadoes. Tornado threat should be lower than today. And then the wind risk here, 10% wind risk across that same area. So it's generally a wind-driven risk here. And then also a slight risk for hail, 10% risk. But no hatched risks today. Friday saw some hatched risk for all hazards. And then Sunday, we're going to probably be back into the Midwest and northern plains. We do have a slight risk here for Sunday. And that is going to have a risk for tornadoes as well, a 5% tornado risk into northern Minnesota. Some of the models also have some pretty good concentration of severe weather into the prairies, up towards Winnipeg, and areas here in southern Manitoba, so we'll have to watch that as well. So it looks like, at least right now, a bit of an all hazards threat developing. Some damaging wind risk in the same area that we're dealing with right now. Hatched area there for damaging winds in northern Minnesota. And then also a hatched hail risk in northern and western Minnesota. We'll have to see. It's a slight risk right now. I wouldn't be shocked if somewhere in this area gets a bit of an enhanced risk upgrade as we get closer to Sunday. But yeah, a little bit of break tomorrow if you're in the northern plains, and then we'll redo things on Sunday. So things that have quieted down, I think we're going to wrap it up here now that we've previewed tomorrow or later today, and then also Sunday's risk. It does look like things are reducing here this evening. Not much of a tornado threat here at all. And then also the strongest storms have now pushed through Duluth. Heavy wind across Lake Superior, continuing with that severe thunderstorm warning. But Duluth, it looks like your threat is slowly going to wind down here into the evening. And then we've lost the considerable threat tags across the Red River. So we'll have recaps about the severe weather here. Hopefully get some recaps from the National Weather Service on some of these tornado ratings in the next day or so. And ooh, there's some good lightning there on the Duluth camera. But it has been a pretty crazy evening and overnight here in the Northern Plains. So thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Click that bell icon, get notifications when we go live. We may be live later on Saturday as this energy works its way into Michigan and Southern Ontario and Western New York. We'll have to see how the system looks by then. And then it looks like we'll have a much better chance of going live again into northern Minnesota on Sunday. So yeah, click that bell icon, get notifications when we go live and when we post forecast videos. Also, the forecast video up from today covers the heat dome that builds in the eastern 2/3 of the U.S. over the weekend and into at least the middle of next week. So check out that forecast for the heat, as well as a bit of a tropical update. And yeah, thanks for joining us, everyone, and we'll see you on the next stream.